Good morning. We are live. I hope everybody is awake and ready to go for Sarah Boone. We are ready. Good morning. Good morning. We are here. We are live. We are waiting for court to start. It is day 3. Sarah Boone is supposed to testify today. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Brandy. Here I am. Sorry. I still have sleep lines on my face. I know. And wrinkles. I didn't get to de-wrinkle this morning. I didn't get to do anything. I was just like, I barely got to make my cup of coffee. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Join the chat. Join the chat. Please like, subscribe, share. Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. Sarah Boone is going to testify today, you guys. It's a big day. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Come on in. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I didn't watch that. Girl, I had to go to sleep and then I did not sleep well. So we shall see. I'm going to need something stronger than caffeine today. I wish I had something stronger than caffeine, but too old for that. Wow. That's a long time. Here we go. So I think the prosecution is going to rest today. Is that what they said?
Case number 2020 CF 260, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Pronounce your names for the record. Begins with the state.
Yeah, sure, I'll have to say. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall
Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Trickle on into the chat.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
All right, Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black blazer and a dark blue blouse. She is in custody. However, she is not in any restraints, so we will continue to stand while the jury panel enters and exits. My understanding is that our panel is here this morning. State, do we have any housekeeping matters we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Yes, sir. 3 discovery issues, and then I filed a motion late last night requesting an in-camera inquiry into a potential conflict of interest. I copied your JA.
I did review the motion.
Okay. The 3 discovery issues are these. One, on October 5th or October 4th, I believe the defense was provided with the body-worn camera and 911 calls from the prior incidents, and there was a request made to tell us what, if anything, should be redacted from their point of view so that we could either reach an agreement or use the court's resources to decide any conflicts in those issues. Yesterday morning was the first actual response I got from the defense team, and it was incomplete. It was about 3 of the 5 incidents. I do agree with 2 of the redactions.
Defense team is winning, winning, winning.
We were getting those taken care of. But obviously, just like connecting to the court screen, it takes time. And I'm not the person that's going to be doing it. Somebody else in the office has to do it. The third incident, I think we're still not on the same page as to what the state's planning on introduce. So I resent the email with the screenshots of what files the state plans on introducing to the defense team again this morning. I have not heard anything yet from the defense team about the fourth and fifth incident. I was told that Attorney Beck was going to handle it. It is now Tuesday, day 7 of trial, and he has not handled it. The second discovery issue is Friday, I was given a hard copy of the 119 pages of the second copy of the Winter Park Advent Health
On
records.
10/18, October 18th. That would have been the
Friday,
preceding
yeah.
Friday.
I was given the hard copy after court at about 5:30, 5:45. I emailed the PDF of those records back to the defense as they requested. I put Bates numbers on them. I understand from court what pages they indicated that they want to use and what pages the court indicated should be included at the state's request, which is pages 26 and 48 out of the 111. I would just appreciate if I could get a copy of the intended exhibit as it shall be introduced into court so I can confirm those things ahead of time and not in court. And then the third thing is, I believe we had a discussion about the plethora of pages regarding the victims' hospital records, and that there was some sort of discussion we had that they were to narrow it down. And I have not been given any narrowed down version of that so that we can confirm we're on the same page or use the court's time if there's a conflict. Thank you.
Responses to the first discovery issue regarding body worn camera and 911 calls is to my understanding, 5 prior incidents. Defense.
Judge, I can speak to 3 of them. There were 3 of them that I reviewed, and I believe I reviewed them on Sunday. I had made the decision for what I thought needed to be redacted. I think the first 2, if I remember correctly, I said that was fine. We didn't even have any redactions to it. I think it's 1 that I said redactions to, and I think the state agrees with that. The specific one that I didn't quite know, and I think that has to do with a body cam where it comes to, and I believe it's Mr. Torres's mother. I can't quite be for sure.
Good morning. Welcome in, everyone.
Question.
We're watching the Sarah Boone trial.
I think it's about, if I can recall.
Going to testify today.
Mr. Torres's whereabouts at that time. I didn't know the relevance of this, that at that time, but that was the only part of that to let the state know. I just don't really know the relevance. It could come in at a different point and become relevant. But as to the other 2, I think we were on page with. I had been out to the jail that day. It was late. Then I asked Mr. Beck to do the other 2 redactions, but I hadn't had the opportunity to talk to him about that since. So that's where we are today.
So is the third incident that the state has identified for which there's seemingly no responses to redaction, is that the body worn camera purportedly between law enforcement and Mr. Torres's mother?
That's what I believe it to be.
Mr. J?
Bless you. We're just not on the same page. On that third incident, which I believe was June 15th of 2019.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, Glenn.
We're intending to introduce 1 video file. It is not of victims.
His budget's getting smaller.
Of them at Sarah Boone's house. The objection to the files that they were objecting to, which we don't seek to introduce, just said ID, and I don't know.
Today of all days, too, when she's going to testify.
Objection. So I'm confused. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page. We understand which file the state wants to use regarding that third incident, because he's describing files the state does not intend to use. The first couple of incidents, we agree. There's a 911 call that seemingly cuts off into an OPD call at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. We're cutting that to the end. The second one, Ms. Boone at like 3 minutes and 43 seconds indicates that she had been arrested prior. So we cut that out at their, we're going to cut that out at their, that cat's out of the bag. So what we're looking for now is just making sure we're all on the same page about the third incident. I sent screenshots. There's a tool called Snipping Tool in Windows. I literally create a rectangle around the files that I'm intending to use, their file size, and the folder that includes the OCSO agency case number incident, so we can be as crystal clear as possible. And I'm still getting objections about things we don't want to introduce on that incident, and I've gotten no response with the fourth and fifth incidents.
All right, addressing the third incident is the specific portions of the June 15, 2019 incident, seemingly the body-worn camera that you're making reference to, Mr. Henderson, the state has no intention of utilizing.
Yes, sir. And just it's a lot, so if I could have one moment
Sure.
to isolate which incident it is. That's not the one. My understanding is the state is talking about the third incident. That would be June 18th.
Here's the problem. I sent these pictures over with the OCSO case number, and then I get a response based on incident dates. So we have to kind of cross-reference. So you can just make the record entirely clear. OCSO incident 18-067501. There was no 911 calls and apparently no objection. So they have no redactions requested for that 2018 case. Then the next response was 6/15/2019 case. And that, for the record, is OCSO 19-054917. Their request on that one was the 911 call that we just discussed, indicating that at 3:51, well, I had to find it, 3:51, it turns into another case, and to redact that to the end. We agreed. Video 3 in that file, again, no file name, indicates at 9:40 to 9:43, there's a redact request with previous arrest. The state agrees to that. We heard her quickly say that at 9:43, and we will get that taken care of. Then their next response was 6/18/2019 case, which I had to cross-reference back to show that it is OCSO 19-055572. And in that particular case, what I sent them was a screenshot that includes the OCSO case number 19-055572, and it indicates there is an intent by the state to introduce 2 911 calls and 1 video file labeled axon_flex_2_2019-06-18_1330. My response that I received from them was video 3 in file, 2 minutes 7 seconds to 2 minutes 18 seconds paren ID, and then video 4 in file, 2 minutes and 4 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds paren ID. So my confusion lies in I did not indicate 3 or 4 files. It was just 1 file. And then again, with the other 2.
I don't want to address 4 and 5 yet.
Okay.
It's my understanding there's no response. We'll address that momentarily. Responses to the clarification as to what it is the state seeks for incident 3.
No redaction.
Okay, all right. With regard to incidents 4 and 5, Mr. J, could you place on the record what it is specifically as to those incidents the state may be seeking to introduce?
Yes, sir. So what we're calling incident number 4 should be OCSO 19-078009, August 28th, 2019. We indicated the desire to use axon_2_video_2019-08-28-2024. And then at their request, they had desired to get photos of Ms. Boone's injuries from that case. There is a 19-page PDF file, which has pictures taken by law enforcement of her injuries. I don't see anything else in there. One picture of Mr. Torres, a couple pictures of Mr. Torres, but nothing that the state was objecting to. So that was at their request that they wanted photographs in. So that is incident 4, which is labeled OCSO 19-078009.
With regard to seemingly the body-worn camera that the state seeks to enter into evidence from August 28, 2019, what say the defense?
John, I don't know about the state's position on this. There's a portion of this video at the very end that's very personal to the investigating officer that they may want to redact. We're not asking them to redact.
Is the state seeking any redactions?
I'm just clarifying what their redaction requests are in that particular file.
Okay.
If they don't have any, then
So are there any redaction requests with regard to that particular file? Okay. I'm just keeping notes. Give me a moment, y'all. As to the 5th incident, Mr. J.
No redaction request, Your Honor. I do want to point out that we were apparently advised yesterday that the state was only going to use the 3rd video possibly. And so we haven't really spent a whole lot of time worrying about it since then.
Let me clarify as to what the 5th incident is, just so that we're all on the same playing field.
Okay.
Judge, the 5th incident is OCSO 19-079759, and that was on September 4th of 2019. Within that screenshot that I sent to them, Friday and then resent it this morning, was photographs of the
Sorry, I was saying, I know this
defendant
sounds
taken at that time.
boring, but they're following the motions,
Their request.
trying to get things put in and
cut in
taken
her
out.
ear. It's 3 photographs.
That sounded dirty.
Then there is also one body-worn camera labeled
It's the most action we're getting this early in the morning.
1924735. Oh, strike that. 192473549_GEN_INV, and then the 911 call from that incident.
Any redactions sought by the defense with regard to that specific body-worn camera or 911 call?
Well, we're not necessarily seeking redaction, Your Honor. However, there are 2 separate videos. One seems to focus on Jorge Torres. One seems to focus on Ms. Boone. And there is clearly some redundancy. They're both body cams. One went upstairs where Mr. Torres was found hiding in a shower or bathroom, bath. I don't know. And so some of that's redundant, but there are actually 2 separate videos pursuant to the 5th.
Mr. J, are there 1 or 2 videos that the state's seeking?
There's one, the one that I listed.
Okay. Do you know if that's a... Bruce, can you find out what counsel's here for? Is that the video from the perspective of, as identified by Mr. Beck, one more geared towards Ms. Boone or one more geared towards Mr. Torres?
My interpretation of both of them is there's interactions with Ms. Boone, and then there's interactions with Mr. Torres upstairs after he's located.
Mr. Beck, the specific file number was identified. So just to confirm, no redactions? Okay, all right. So just as a recap, with regard to the first incident, the 911 call, the parties have agreed to redactions at the timestamp of 351 towards the end. With regard to the second incident, body worn camera, a redaction from timestamp 940 to 943 has been agreed to. With regard to the June 15, 2019 incident, there are 2 911 calls and 1 body worn camera sought by the state, to which the defense has no redactions. The August 28th, 2019 incident, for which there is no redactions to the body worn camera, but there is a 19-page PDF with photos that the defense intends to be included with that submittal, to which the state has no objection. As to the 5th event, 3 photos of the defendant, body worn camera, and a 911 call for which there are no redactions. Does that clarify everything for the state?
Thank you.
Is there anything that I stated incorrectly, Mr. Beck, Mr. Henderson, or Mr. Owens?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving to the next issue with regard to the 119 pages from Winter Park. Defense, are you in a position to provide, I believe we discussed it either Friday or I think it was last week, we discussed it as to how it was culled down. Yes, because we had the Richardson hearing on Friday, how that list was culled down and the additional pages that the state was seeking. And then if they were able to find, I believe it was page 68, we would readdress that. Have you provided that finalized exhibit to the defense as to those specific Winter Park health records from the 119 pages that the defense may be seeking to enter into evidence?
I believe they've received everything from us, Your Honor. We identified those documents that were not specifically addressed by the defense, that the state wanted extension out of rule of completeness. I believe we're.
But my understanding from Mr. J was that they were looking for the tangible copy of what it is that you were actually looking to move in, those 12, 14, 15 pages. Okay, if you could provide that to them by noon, I would appreciate
I'm
it.
not sure if it's, that's what we're saying.
But if it's going to be moved into evidence, we have is it going to be moved in paper form, or is it going to be moved in digital by virtue of a CD?
We can get it, Judge. We'll work on it.
Okay, perfect. Just get it to the state. It doesn't have to be intangible. Just get them what it is that if it's an electronic format, that's fine. Just the state should be entitled to know what it is that y'all are intending to move out of those pages just to confirm it. Lastly, with regard to hospital records of the victim, I know there were conversations and discussions about that list being narrowed down. The state has advised that details as to those narrowed down records has not yet been provided. What say the defense?
The hospital records for the victim, George Torres.
That's my understanding.
We need to do that, Judge. We've yet to do that.
Okay. My understanding is that the experts are potentially teed up to testify tomorrow. I don't recall if those records are a basis of the experts' opinions.
The second expert is not likely to testify until Thursday. She's testifying in May County tomorrow. I will be here Thursday, and I spoke with Dr. Brandon last night. He will be present tomorrow morning as soon as he gets here from Coral Gables.
Did either doctors Brannon or Harper rely on those medical records?
Dr. Harper did. It's in her deposition that was taken a couple of weeks ago. I think the question was posed.
Ms. Perez, good morning. If you're here for pretrial, 19 Alpha, Judge Myers is covering. Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Dr. Julie Harper, I know she considered the records of George Torres, and we took Dr. Harper's deposition, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. She was asked by the state about everything that she relied upon, and she did indicate that. Are we going to use or attempt to introduce those records? We'll pare it down if we are.
Okay, you've got till 5 p.m. today to advise the state as to what of those culled down records you're going to be utilizing. So they have the opportunity to review those in advance of Dr. Harper testifying.
And I apologize to Madam Court Reporter for speaking on top of each other. Dr. Brandon is testifying as a subject matter expert. We have specific familiarity with this case.
State, any other issues we need to address with regard to the discovery issues that you brought to the court's attention this morning?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, moving now to the motion. I have reviewed that motion. Um,
Judge, we were not aware of the motion until he made mention of it, so we need some time for the lawyers to review it, for us to discuss it, and to see whether or not it has merit or not.
Okay. It was e-filed last night, looks like 9:37, and then sent courtesy copy to myself through Ms. Barrios and you, Mr. Owens, at 9:38 last night. I'll give the opportunity to review that. We can address it after the lunch hour. And that'll give the court the opportunity to do any research during the lunch hour on it as well. All right, anything else, Mr. That
I looked at it briefly. I'm not for sure exactly what the allegation is. I don't know if we need to talk about that. So excuse me?
I'm not.
Can we approach the bench?
Sure, come on up, yo.
It is really hard to do two things at once this early in the morning. Just so y'all know. Oh. And I've only had half a cup of coffee. Trying to advertise this live stream. Apparently yesterday my TikTok had no sound. I didn't know that. But luckily I had a wonderful nobody I know person tell me that it had no sound. It's always fun. I've yet to figure out how TikTok works. It automatically puts sound or music or whatever on your videos. I don't know why it does that. Or it just doesn't let your voice. I don't know. It's weird. It just thinks you want to have like some kind of music on your video immediately. She better testify today because I am not getting my hair done today for this. So she better testify. And all of these motions and all this stuff is just putting off the inevitable for her. She's been wearing that same jacket every day. I hope they at least spray some like Febreze spray on it or something.
All right, thank you all very much. With regard to that motion, we're going to table that for now and address it potentially this
Pin in
afternoon.
it.
State is advised they're ready to proceed. Mr. Jay shook his head yes. Defense, you ready to proceed? Mr. Owens, you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Boone, are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Absolutely.
Are you still on board with the strategy that they have employed in the use of your defense?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
I don't know what their strategy is, but sure.
Jury entering.
Re-entering. Finally.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone would be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. Thank you again for your time, your attention, and your sacrifice in this matter. Just by a show of hands, if you could confer that you complied with the court's instructions last night. The record will reflect all juror members have raised their hands. All right, State, if you could please recall Detective Kepsel.
State would call Detective Kepsel.
Oh, she's back. I forgot. Good to have her cross-examination.
He swears to affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ma'am, good morning. Again, could you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Chelsea Kepsel, Chelsey, Koepsel.
Mr. Cacciatore, you may proceed.
Your Honor, we had tendered the witness to the defense.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Henderson, you may proceed with any cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, it's my understanding that on February 24th of 2020, you responded to this crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first officer to respond to the crime scene?
No.
So there were other officers who were there prior to you arriving. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first detective to respond to the crime scene?
Myself and my partner, we all arrived at the same time because we left from the same location at the same time.
Okay, and who is your partner then?
Detective Scott Lowen.
And throughout the whole time, you and Detective Lowen worked on this case together. Is that correct?
Yes, he assisted me with this case.
Now, when you arrived on the 24th, approximately how many other officers were there?
Including like deputy sheriffs, like in uniform.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Oh, approximately 4, maybe, I would assume.
Had it been designated a crime scene at that time, and had tape or security measures been taken to protect the scene?
Yes, they had.
So that had already been done by the time that you arrived. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in the investigation, one of your, or what you're trying to accomplish in the investigation is basically get a basics of what took place. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, I would.
And you can do that one or two ways, or a combination of ways. One is to take testimony of potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. This day, did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
And one of those potential witnesses was Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And you took a statement from Sarah Boone because we've all seen it. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
And at that point in time, Ms. Boone did not have to talk to you if she didn't want to, did she?
No, she did not.
So she agreed to talk to you at that point in time.
Yes, she did.
Okay. Were there any other witnesses besides Ms. Boone that you talked to on this initial date of the 24th?
Just Brian Boone.
And Mr. Boone told you what? You had a chance to talk to him. He told you his involvement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, wasn't Mr. Boone's testimony, was that recorded too?
I conducted an audio recording, yes.
Is that standard procedure when you do your interviews to try to record the interviews?
Yes.
What's the benefit of that?
So I know what was said.
Okay. So, and if something goes on for a long time, you can refer back to it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, and out there, that's part of talking to witnesses or potential witnesses. Okay. Also, it's your job too to identify potential physical evidence.
He said 2-2.
Yes, it is.
All right. And in fact, on the 24th, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have anyone assisting you in doing that aspect of it?
Yes, crime scene investigators and digital forensics investigator.
All right. And was Miss Melissa Roffengarden, that's how it's pronounced? Pronounce it for me.
Rough Garden.
Roffengarden. Okay, thank you. Did she help you in that area?
She was the lead crime scene investigator, yes.
Okay. So were y'all walking around together? Give the jury an idea of how that process takes place, please.
So yes, when I initially arrived on scene, I introduced myself to Sarah Boone and explained that I wished to go inside her residence, which she gave me consent to go in and look around. I went in, looked around, and then when my CSIs arrived, they would go in, take pictures, and then I kind of leave them to do what they need to do as far as taking pictures and documenting things and measurements. And then that's when I conducted my interviews. And then I would meet back up with my crime scene investigator after interviews were conducted to kind of follow up with like things that I was told that would help us like identify things from the scene. And so, I mean, there's like multiple occasions where I would have met with my crime scene investigator inside the residence.
So this is an ongoing process during that day. You get information, you consult with them, they have information, they consult with you, and you're making a determination of what potential physical evidence that y'all are documented by camera, correct? Pictures, or actually collect and take away. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
In that case, the suitcase was some evidence that y'all agreed on that we need to take this suitcase from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How about the baseball bat? Was that done that day?
The baseball bat was collected, yes.
Good morning, welcome. We're watching Sarah
All
Boone
right.
trial. She's going to testify
In your
today.
viewing of the suitcase, did you see the suitcase while it was unseen?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you notice that if there was any items, other independent loose items in the suitcase?
There were, yes.
Were those items collected?
Some of them were, yes.
Who made the determination what items of that suitcase would be taken or collected and what would not be collected?
I would say that I have the final say on what is to be collected or not collected, but we do discuss it together to make that determination for me to give the final yes or no.
Do you recall which items you decided to collect from the suitcase?
Do you have the property form that I can refer to?
No, I'll try to find them.
I know some of them, but
Ma'am, I don't have it, but to the best of your memory, can you tell? And I would understand there would be some stuff that if you had the property report to refresh your memory, you can give me more detail.
yes, to my understanding and to my recollection, we collected things that had blood left over on it. I want to say there was like a necktie potentially. I do recall there being a small amount of clothing and miscellaneous paperwork, but I do not think that we collected the paperwork. There was also a cell phone in there. It was not, it was dead, the cell phone. And then, like I said, there might be one, I think we collected 5 to 6 items from the suitcase itself, but obviously the property form would tell you specifically, but that is what I recall.
Correct, and I understand and that's fair. Okay, so potentially you collect these items because you believe they're evidence for the case potentially, is that correct?
Yes,
And some of these items you actually collect with the potential that you might need to have them examined in greater detail, is that correct?
yes.
An example of something like that would be in this case, if you found blood on something, you might want to potentially examine that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also the stuff that you're learning outside of these items also helps you in making that determination. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, one more time.
The stuff that you learn, the information that you're getting or you're receiving about what happened at that time will lead you to determine what items might need to be collected and what items might need to be tested.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So out of the items that were collected at the house or the apartment, at those items, was anything to your knowledge sent off for further examination?
I believe so, but if it was,
Hi,
there would
Star,
be,
welcome.
they would be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing.
And do you have an independent memory of what items that were collected from the house that were sent to FDLE for further examination?
I don't recall specifically without looking.
Okay. Now, are you aware at one point in time, there were some fingernail clippings or fingernail swabs taken from Miss Sarah Boone? Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that was done on her interview date on would have been the 25th?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what we witnessed in the video.
Yes.
That's what they were doing at that time, correct? And I'm sure at the autopsy, which you were present at, is that correct?
Yes.
And those, there would have been some fingertips.
How are you? Welcome. Where are you from?
They do swabbing of the hands, to my understanding, and clippings of his nails.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of the fact that Sarah Boone's fingernail swabs were sent to FDLE for comparison?
I would believe so.
Okay. How about the ones from Mr. Torres? Do you have knowledge that those were sent to FDLE for comparison or identification?
Oh, yeah. I think she was Preggers, but
Well, they would have come from him,
Triggers.
so I'm not sure what we would have compared him to.
whatever.
Were they there to see, or at least they're sent there to see if they can extract DNA?
Oh, okay. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if they did that testing for his nails clipping specifically, but it would be in the report if so.
Okay, who would make the decision about sending his finger swabs to FDLE for comparison or evaluation?
I would request it I would request it to the crime scene investigator, and she would like author the, I guess, like procedure for them to do so.
Okay. And then as to Sarah Boone's swabbings, who requested that those be sent to FDLE for evaluation?
Again, I would assume that I would have done that. I would have requested CSI to do that.
Are you aware of the results from those evaluations? I'm not asking you for the results, just if you're aware of the results.
I believe I'm aware, but would love to see a report before I specifically answer.
Yes, I'm not going to ask you a specific question about it. Okay. But basically, you're aware that it was done, the procedure was done.
Yes.
The analysis was done. Okay.
She's aware.
Now, ma'am, so you're through the first day. Then we get to the second day, which would have been, I believe, the 25th of February. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the 25th of February was Mr. Torres's autopsy done at that time?
Yes, it was.
Were you present during the autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And did you communicate with the medical examiner at that time?
Yes, I did.
During the course of things, is that where you found out through the medical examiner at the autopsy that there was blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, that is where I learned more about his injuries.
Now, initially, when you were on the scene on the 24th, did you view Mr. Torres's body?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice in and of yourself on your own something that caused you concern that there might be blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, I noticed injuries to him. Yes.
Okay.
She is
So
day off.
after the autopsy, you had additional information. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, there was an interview. Well, I don't know if it was an interview. There was a meeting set up for Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes.
On the 25th? Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that meeting was arranged or how that meeting was set up?
So either before I left the scene, the night of the incident, I obviously met with Sarah and told her that we were leaving. We had to go make next of kin notification. And I would have either at that time said I would like to meet tomorrow and arranged it then, at least to like let her know that I would like to meet after the autopsy. And then obviously from watching the video towards the end, she said something about like recalling a conversation that we had, like calling me. So there may have been a phone conversation that occurred later that evening where I either would have confirmed the time or told her the time then. I just don't have that like on an audio. But I know it either took place before I left the scene because I obviously would have, said my goodbyes and told her, hey, we're leaving. We're going to make next of kin notification. She was very concerned about that. So I would want her to know that we were doing that. So it either took place then or it took place on that phone conversation that we had.
All right. The day prior to that, on the 24th, ma'am, you received Sarah Boone's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, her phone was on the scene, yes.
And when you received that phone, Sarah Boone had given you that phone. Is that correct?
No, she was not allowed in the apartment to give me the phone.
I'm sorry. Did she give you permission to take the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes, I was given permission to go through her phone. Yes.
Because at that time, you hadn't applied for any type of search warrant to get or search the phone. Is that correct?
No, it was based off of consent.
Okay. So she had consented to you to, for you to have her phone. Is
Yes.
that correct? She also provided you the code to get in the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time, Ms. Boone is cooperating with you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, do you recall telling her, Ms. Boone, that she could get her phone back the next day?
I don't recall specifically telling her when she would be able to get her phone back, but I did say something along the lines of we were now going to be taking the phone. I obviously had digital come out or consent to go through her phone. There was evidence on her phone that I needed to be downloaded. And at the time, I was willing to give back her phone before going through it. And then once we had gone through it, and those videos were found, I felt like this was very different, and it changed my perspective on consent. And I decided at that time that it was best to write a search warrant. So consent couldn't be basically like I knew I was going to take her phone. So consent has to be basically given to me throughout the entire period. So she would have had no way to contact me to tell me she no longer consented. So therefore, because there was evidence on the phone, I took the phone. Basically, I potentially told her, you know, maybe we didn't get a full download. I may have said something along the lines of that. As far as me taking the phone, and then I wrote a search warrant. I either started writing the search warrant the night of, but it wasn't signed until I didn't submit it until the next day. And then it was signed the next day on the 25th.
So basically what you're telling us is that she could have withdrawn her consent at any time prior to that search warrant being received. Is that correct?
Well, while I was on scene, but at the end of the day, there was evidence on the phone. So I knew I could go through I knew I could get a search warrant to go through the phone based off there being evidence, like the 911 calls, and her explaining to me that they had spoken to family members.
Please silence your cell phones.
Ooh, you don't
Since
like
they had
that.
explained to me that they spoke with family members the night prior. So I wanted to obviously corroborate her statement. So I knew that I would be able to get into the phone through a search warrant. But yeah, she could have not consented, and she could have not signed the paper consenting while we were on scene.
But before you left scene, you knew that Sarah Boone was not going to get that phone back. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mm-hmm.
So when Sarah Boone called you the next day, asking you about bringing her phone back, did you just tell her, Ms. Boone, you're not getting your phone back?
There was not a conversation about her not getting her phone back. She may have inquired about her phone, and I would have explained that we will talk about it when we meet that afternoon.
So did you reach out to Ms. Boone that next day, or did Ms. Boone reach out to you?
I don't recall a specific if she reached out to me the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th. I don't have my call records for that. I'm just basing it off of the interview where she had basically said that, yeah, I have your business card and I can contact you like I did. So my assumption would be that we did have some sort of conversation either the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th.
On the 25th, did you make arrangements with Sarah Boone to meet with her on the 25th?
So I either made arrangements on the 24th with her before leaving the scene, and I would have told her I would like to meet with you the next day. Or I said, and I may have given her a specific time at that moment, or when we spoke later that evening on the phone, I may have confirmed the time or given her a time then. But she definitely knew that we were meeting at 3 p.m. on the 25th at Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
And ma'am, you just don't remember at what point in time you informed her to set up this meeting with her. Is that correct?
It's one or the other that
One
I'm.
or the other?
Yes.
Okay. As it to it being one or the other, you did you prepared the investigative report in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And the investigative report, you basically summarized everything that took place on this case, up to a certain point.
Yes,
Is that correct?
it was a summary. Yes.
All right, as far as evidence, as far as witnesses who were talked to and synopsis of what they said to you at that time, is that correct?
Yes, things that I did specifically. It was a summary of that.
I found your investigative report to be in great detail because it helped me track this case from basically beginning to, not to the end, but to the point where the report stops. And it seems like in your investigative report, you are very thorough about details. Is that correct?
I would say I'm a detailed person. Yes, thank you.
So being the detailed person you are, and absolutely doing your law enforcement training, they tell you, they train you that your reports should be very much in detail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay? Because you might have to refer back to them at a later time. Is that one of the reasons? Is that correct?
Yes, and to prepare myself for depositions and trials.
Okay, and just to give an accurate picture of what you did and what took place and what people told you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Being as thorough as you are with these contacts with people, I didn't see in the investigative report when the arrangement was made with Sarah Boone to meet you down, and where did y'all meet?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
All right. To meet you at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I did not see that in the report. Do you have an explanation why?
It's not typically something I would put in my report.
Okay. Do you remember in having the conversation with Ms. Boone about this meeting that was supposed to take place, that you said that you could not return the phone to her that day because you were not feeling very good? You remember telling her that?
That never happened.
Okay. Ma'am, Judge, if I could have a moment.
Yes, sir, of course.
I mean, but that's what cops do, though.
Ma'am,
They
during
they
this
lie.
time frame,
They have
were you pregnant
get
at
you
this
in
time?
there.
At that time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, Ms. Boone, there was a meeting arranged. Is that correct?
For the 25th at 3 p.m., yes.
Yes, and Ms. Boone showed up for that meeting.
She
on
did.
the 25th.
Yes.
That we saw. Okay. Now, ma'am, I'd like to talk to you about some other investigation on other witnesses that you took their testimony or statements, recorded statements at different times. Okay? Do you remember Abraham Marino?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take his recorded statement?
Yes, I did.
All right. At the time that you took Mr. Marino's recorded statement, was there anyone else with you?
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Excuse me?
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Okay.
It's just an automatic strategy. That's just how they do, because they think that's the only way to get people in. They do it to literally almost everyone. It's just how they operate. Because it's not worth taking the risk that someone may not come in, so they automatically start out lying.
Ma'am, as to who was with you, would it help refresh your memory if you were to see your investigative report as to that interview?
Your Honor, I would object. She hasn't said that she needs any aid in refreshing her memory.
Objection sustained.
Ma'am, was Detective Scott Lowen with you during that interview?
Yes, I believe so.
May we approach?
Yes.
So I can even say in my interviews and interrogations, and I use interrogations very loosely, but even in mine, to get the people back to have them have a seat with us, we wouldn't tell them what they were back there for. That's not how it worked. Because if we sat them down and said, "Hey, you're coming back to talk to us about such and such," then we would get nothing out of them. So we would have them come back and just say, "Hey, we got to talk to you about, whatever, this customer, or this receipt, or
Ma'am, do you have an
something stupid."
independent memory
just to
of
get them in the room.
Detective Scott Lowen being with you at that interview?
I believe my partner was with me on the interview. Yes, I typically wouldn't go and do some follow-up without my partner being with me.
Thank you very much. Now, ma'am, what date did that interview take place on?
I believe the 26th, February 26th of 2020.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, was that interview recorded?
It was audio recorded.
Was the entire interview audio recorded?
Yes, the entire interview was audio recorded.
Well, they didn't build any rapport with her, so the interview was terrible. When you don't build rapport with people, then you don't get to know what their traits or their anything is. They immediately went in the wrong way. And she's not very,
Are you familiar with a
I don't want
witness
to say
by
she's
the
not very
name of
experienced,
Brandon
but she's
Moats?
clearly.
Yes, I am.
On February the 27th of 2020, did you interview Brandon Moats?
I believe so. It was either the 26th or 27th. Yes.
If you were to see your investigative report, would that help refresh your memory?
All right, I would again object. She hasn't indicated that she needs assistance with her memory.
Approach.
Yeah, so like I said, again, the difference in police interviews and interrogations, they don't have to build rapport if they don't want to. They can use they have several different avenues they can take with the read technique, which is,
Objection sustained.
they can build rapport, or they can just go head first into the subject.
Ma'am, if it was the 27th, you would not disagree with that, would you?
Well, I just stated that it was either the 26th or 27th.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, Mr. Moats, he was the neighbor living in the apartment or the connecting apartment, wall apartment with Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who told you about the loud noise. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview anyone else in reference to that loud noise?
So I was interviewing Brandon, and then my partner was interviewing Vincent, the other witness, and I came in at the end of the interview with Detective Lowen.
Okay, so that's Vincent. Do you know his last name?
I would butcher it.
Me too, but Tagaloo, something like that. We're talking about the same person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that interview take place on February the 27th of 2020?
I believe so. I interviewed witnesses after I interviewed Sarah. The 26th or 27th would be my memory.
Okay, thank you. And then did he also talk to you about a loud noise?
I believe that I was refreshed on the conversation, and yes, he expressed hearing a loud noise as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, and those interviews were actually audio recorded too, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
Now let's go to Ms. Boone's interview. And that would have took place on the 25th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Boone came down. And ma'am, prior to Ms. Boone coming down for the interview.
Good morning,
had
Melty
y'all
Man.
made the
You made it.
decision that Ms. Boone was going to be arrested?
Yes, I plan to arrest Sarah Boone.
Okay.
But I wasn't going to tell her that. Boring. This attorney is so they're both so
Did you
monotone.
tell Ms. Boone in arranging the meeting that when she came down there, she was going to be arrested?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to relevance.
Approach.
Okay, they're not going to tell you that because then they won't show up. That's not how it works. If they say, hey, if you come down to the police station, we're going to arrest you after we talk to you, then they're not going to come. And then they're not going to tell you anything. That's why they don't do that. That's why they say, hey, we got your cell phone and we know that's my dog would go to the police station to get the cell phone. My dog doesn't even use a cell phone. But everybody needs their cell phone. I want my cell phone. No, this stupid attorney is dragging on. He's like asking the lamest questions. Like he's what they're trying to get at is that the cop lied. They used deception to get Sarah to the police station. No dip. That's what they do. And they didn't tell her that they weren't giving her cell phone back and they weren't doing this, that, and the other. I mean, they're not going to do that. They're not going to say, oh, hey, by the way, when you come down here, we're going to place you under arrest. We already plan on it. We got enough on you to arrest you. The entire point is to get her in there and try to get a confession, which they failed miserably at.
So, ma'am, at that time, you did not tell Ms. Boone prior to coming down there that she was going to be arrested. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did you not tell Ms. Boone that she was going to be arrested?
We plan to meet at 3 p.m. and go over the autopsy and have another interview.
And get a confession.
So, I mean, I'm not
See?
sure why I would tell her that she's going to be arrested. That would potentially cause her to flee.
And we wouldn't get a confession.
Not come, and then we have to go find her and make it more difficult for everyone.
Or potentially get an attorney to come with her?
She was read her rights that said that she has a right to an attorney.
See? Come on.
And if
come
one cannot
on.
be provided for her, she will be appointed one.
I understand that. You read her those rights when she got there. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You didn't read those rights to her before she got there, though, did she?
I wasn't in contact with her,
No.
physical contact with her.
Okay. So, but you said potentially for fleeing. My question was, potentially she could have got an attorney too to come with her. Is that not correct?
But we don't want that because we're cops.
I misunderstood your question. I didn't hear
No, you didn't.
potentially bring an attorney with her, but yes, I guess she potentially brought an attorney with her.
It's the law, though, Gwen. It's the Supreme Court, Frazier v. Cup.
So Ms.
This is
Boone
what they
shows
do.
up. And you tell her that some things that we need to talk about. Is
Dude,
that-
you know this. Come on.
Specific verbiage. I know I said something along the lines of, obviously the autopsy had been conducted, and there were things that we needed to talk about in regards to that.
And prior to discussing it with her and asking her questions, you did read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Prior to, I'm sorry, one more time?
Before you started asking her questions, though, in this interview, before you started asking Ms. Boone's questions, you read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Yes, before I started asking any sort of potentially incriminating questions, she was read her Miranda warnings, yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, do you remember as part of the Miranda warnings that you read to Ms. Boone, did you read her the one that states that if you decide to answer questions but want to stop answering and consult with an attorney, you may do so? Do you independently remember reading Ms. Boone that instruction?
I don't recall that specific, but I do have my Miranda card on me, but I don't recall that that's what that says. But it is on audio and video recording.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, ma'am, at that point in time, Ms. Boone wasn't under arrest. Is that correct?
Ms. Boone was not going to be free to leave once she was in my custody.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was not free to leave?
No, I did not.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was under arrest?
I told her at the end of the interview.
Okay, before the interview.
No, I did not tell her before the interview.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell her before the interview?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to asked and answered.
Overruled.
So I have to read her Miranda warnings, and that's what I did. I do not have to tell her that she's under arrest at that time.
Was there a reason, could you have told her that she was under arrest before reading her Miranda warning?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as it calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Ma'am, was it a strategic decision not to tell Ms. Boone that she was under arrest prior to reading her those Miranda warnings?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
I am with you, Gwen. I do not agree either. That is why I want Fraser v. Cup to be overturned. But this is how much. Okay, Melty Man, hurry up. This is how much leeway they have. There is no gray. They literally can say and do whatever they want. They can get you in there under any pretense that they want to get you in there, and they can question you however long they want to. They can keep you in there for hours and hours and hours. They can question you however long they can do whatever they want. They can say and do whatever they want as long as they have read you your Miranda rights. They can keep you in there, and as long as you keep talking and you don't ask for a lawyer, they can do whatever they want. So that is the police for you, and it sucks. And they know that. They know they can do whatever they want, and they know that they can tell you. They can put you in another room, Gwen, and me in one room, and they can say Gwen is in there spilling her guts, saying all this stuff about you, and you could just be sitting there and not saying a word. But I don't know that. Or they could do the same to you. They could just do whatever they want. And she's literally sitting there on the stand. She's lying. She's not lying, but she's omitting. She's doing it by omission. The same thing she did to Sarah on that stand. She's like, I don't have to do anything. I mean, like she's dancing around the answer, just like, she did to Sarah Boone, basically, because she's allowed to. So, I mean, why didn't you do this? Well, I don't have to. I mean, basically, she should just say, I don't have to tell her that. By law, I don't have to tell her I'm going to arrest you. And by law, I don't have to say any of this stuff. It is true. It is. But that's by law, they don't have to tell them, hey, this is going to happen to you. By law, they don't have to tell you in the beginning of the conversation because they want the confession. They have to get the confession seals the deal. That makes everything, it buttons everything up in a nice little package. You already have, if you have the evidence.
Objection is sustained.
And you get the confession, it's a nice package. I mean, she's all right, but she ain't like,
Ma'am, and we were able to see the video of the interview. As a process of interviewing people such as Ms. Boone, or let me specifically, in the process of interviewing Ms. Boone, is law enforcement free to give information that might not be accurate or true?
Yes.
During the interview process.
Are you asking if we're allowed to lie
Yes.
to her?
Yes.
Yes, to an extent.
Yes. Dude, you know this.
Was that done at any time in this interview?
Did I lie to her? I don't recall lying to her, no.
May I confer, Judge?
Yes, sir.
She omitted. They don't have to lie necessarily. They can omit. They can be like, oh, we can't tell you that right
Thank you, ma'am. I
now.
have no further questions.
A redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released? State.
We have her subject to recall.
Okay.
Subject to recall.
All right, ma'am, you're released subject to recall. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
State, any other witnesses, evidence, or testimony to be produced?
All right, this time the state would rest.
Okay. Members of the jury, it is 10:22 a.m. I have some matters with counsel that I need to address. So we're going to excuse you for a short while. It's a great opportunity for us to take our morning break as well. Similar instruction that I've given to you over the last couple of days. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation as to the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Jury exiting.
So they do deceive you if she's like, when will I get my phone back? And that, they didn't lie to her. They did say, we still have more stuff to do, blah, blah, blah. They didn't approach her properly, I will say,
Go,
but
maybe
they did
seated.
not
Thank you.
necessarily lie to her. They are not
Defense?
allowed to
Any
give
motions?
Judge,
legal
we do have some
advice.
motions, but my client needs a comfort break.
Okay.
If we can do that, because
Comfort
it may be
break?
fairly lengthy.
Agreed. Let's go ahead and take that break. Court's going to be in recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll pick up any motion practice at that point in time. Court's going to be off the record. Thank you.
So anyway, again, like I'm saying, in interviews, they did not build the rapport with her. They did not approach her properly. I don't know what she's all happy, smiley about right now. Look at her. She's all like, oh, so excited. I'm going to get to be on the stand. It's my moment to shine. That's her comfort break right now. Are you serious? Look at her. Oh my gosh. What a comfort break. Let me put you back in these chains, honey. Oh my. Spin it around. Oh, so I'm very curious how her testimony is going to go, because yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, the same thing you're right. Two wrongs don't make a right. That's at the end of the day, it's not fair. My thing is even when Miranda rights are being read to someone, 9 times out of 10, when people are being read their Miranda rights, they are under duress. They are under some type of, they're inebriated. They are, under some type of influence. They don't really understand what they're being told. I feel that, Miranda rights at this point, just like they say when they're giving them to you, they're saying, oh, this is just something that we have to get out of the way. We have to say these things. And if you'll just initial here, it's kind of like going over your car contract. You're buying a car. So if you'll sign here, this is your finance rate. This is your this is your that. That's kind of what Miranda rights are now at this point. They're just a technicality to get out of the way. And then, oh, do you understand what you just, what I just said to you? Oh, okay, great. So, you're done. And then, okay, now we're going to ask you a bunch of questions. And then, when they don't go back to that. And then by that time, the person who's already in a very traumatic situation, or maybe under the influence of something, or, also maybe someone who has just doesn't really feel like they're in danger of anything, doesn't feel like they have anything to hide, doesn't realize the techniques that cops are trained to do. And they are trained. They're specifically trained to use deceit, coercion, and lying and all these other manipulation techniques in order to get you to say things that you would not normally say. And that's the bottom line. That is the bottom line. You literally go to training to learn how to manipulate people into saying something that they wouldn't normally say, or to back someone into a corner. That's your job, is to paint them into a corner. You always, when you're talking to someone, you always, that's why you build that rapport with them. That's why you're like, so how was your, how's your kid? How many kids do you have? You got 3 kids, and the whole time, that's why you're taking notes. You're taking notes because you're saying things to them and they say things to you. And then you go back, you circle back. And then you're like, oh, I thought you said earlier you used to live in Michigan. Oh, you didn't live in Michigan? But you said you lived in Michigan. Oh, okay. So then if you didn't live in Michigan, how is it that I have here that you lived at such and such street in Michigan during the years so-and-so time? And then, then you catch them in one lie, and then you catch them in another lie. That's what you're trained to do. And then they'll be like, oh, dang, yeah, I forgot I lived there when I was like 5. My parents lived there, and I was like 5 years old. I totally forgot we lived in Michigan. My dad was in the military, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that was one of our stopovers. And then they're like, oh, well, you lied about that, so you must be lying about this murder. And then you're like, what the hell? I mean, I lived in Michigan when I was 5. I didn't mean to lie about it. I wasn't lying. I just forgot we lived in Michigan when I was 5 years old. And then next thing you know, you're slapped with a murder charge. I mean, it's that easy. So that's why you always ask for a lawyer. I don't care if you have nothing to hide, if you are 1 million, 1 centillion, quadrillion, billion, I don't know what the highest number is, innocent, you ask for a lawyer. Because I'm telling you, that is their job. That is their goal, is to get a confession, and they don't care if it's true or not. They don't care. They just want a confession. I mean, I have literally had people who have, I've had evidence on people of stealing from the company where I only had like, maybe I uncovered $500 worth of theft. But when I got them in the chair, they confessed to like $10,000 worth. They had been doing it even longer than I had investigated, that I could go back to. So, I mean, that's why the confession is so important. That's why getting it out of the horse's mouth is so important. So if my investigation only showed $500, but they actually sat there and were like, yeah, I've been doing this for like 3 years and your dumb butt didn't see it. So, but here I am. I'll just tell you everything. Or it's either out of guilt, or they really did it, or they just, felt so pressured in the interview that they just gave up more information than they needed to. I don't know. But that's how interviews and interrogations work, you guys. They work because they want the confession. And there have been times I haven't been successful in getting the confession. And this is on like caught red-handed. I saw you take the money, you put it in your left back pocket, or your right back pocket, and I saw it's in there. Give me the $100 back. And literally they will sit there and say, nope, not me. I didn't take it. And I'm like, chick, it's in your back pocket. Give me my $100 back. Nope, not me. All day, not me. So that is how they work. That is what your job is. Your job is to coerce, deceive, manipulate whatever you can out of that person, because you cannot let them leave that room without a confession. And if you are not good at your job and you don't get the confession, then you have to rely on what little bits of what you say are evidence that you can piece together that is exculpatory enough to get that arrest. And that is what they felt they had. Yeah, that camera evidence is damning. So there has to be a paper trail, a camera trail. There has to be something. That's why this is yeah, Melty Man, it is wild, but that's their job. That's literally what they're I mean, I went to classes for this. Like, you go to training and you go to continuing education literally to know how to manipulate people. So you learn how to read people, you learn how to, if people, how they sit, how, that's why when you look at a lot of interrogation videos, how they are sat basically in a corner. You saw how Sarah was basically sat in a corner, and you had the guy kind of sitting almost, like he was larger than life next to her. That's what they do. They put you in a corner and they want to make it seem like you have nowhere to go. You're stuck. So I will say her body language in the interview, she was open. Her hands, she was pretty open. Her legs were open. She didn't curl up. She didn't, seem like she was evading them in any way. So there's different body language that you look at when you see somebody. If they lay their head down on the desk, on the table, if they fold their arms, if they cross their legs, if they turn their head, if they do all kinds of things, then they're trying to avoid you. She didn't really avoid them. She was really kind of like an open book. But Sarah likes to talk. So you don't know if that's her baseline. So again, though, they didn't build the rapport with her. They just went in swinging. So. But yeah, I that's one of my biggest things is that interview and interrogation, that Fraser v. Cup, man. I really, 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 I don't know. I don't know if the Supreme Court will ever overturn it, but I do want states and cities to make rules to hold police officers accountable, detectives accountable. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you do. You are reading. You are definitely having to read every movement, I mean, it's a lot of pressure. So like when I would go into an interview, like it's a lot. It's like acting. When I was acting, it's like you're on. Like the spotlight is on you and the pressure is on because you got to get that confession. You got to get it, man. And your boss is sitting there, usually in my situation, my boss was sitting there as the witness, and my boss is like behind me. That's how we would position ourselves. I would be positioned at the desk, behind a desk. The person would be in front of me like we're doing a job interview, and my boss would be sitting behind me. And that's intimidating enough because you have an employee, and then you got the district boss, and then the supervisor sitting there, and that's intimidating enough when you walk into a room. And then, so you already know this is going to be a serious conversation. So, but then you've got to look at this person's body language. You gotta look at, and 9 times out of 10, I've worked with this person for who knows how long. I know them. I'm talking to someone that I know, that I pass in the building multiple times and say hello to, and I know their family. I mean, we've hung out and done team building events together. I mean, this is like your job. So it's tough, but you got to like all act like you don't know them when you start this whole interview, and you build that rapport and do the whole thing. Got to go through all the motions. So in some cases, that's harder than bringing in a complete stranger. So when I caught shoplifters, that was different. That was fun. Do I believe false? I had evidence. So I had evidence. So I never went into a situation where I didn't have evidence of something being done. As far as a false situation, I think the closest thing to a false confession I could say I had was we used to do internal theft based off of something really silly. It was basically called like you would get a reward. Customers would get a reward whenever they spent so much money, they would get a reward, and our employees would take that reward and use it for themselves, and that would be considered an internal case. So I felt like that was just to build our numbers up, really, at the time. Just without obviously without saying what company I worked for and everything, but those were to me those were slam dunks cases. And those were the ones that were really it was stealing from the company. But was it? Because I mean it was a reward that people were getting anyway. And whether they used it or not, if they forgot, they didn't use it. If they used it, I mean it was kind of weird, but like that was considered stealing from the company. Yeah. So, but that I would say was probably the ones I felt the most uncomfortable with, was because those weren't really actual like straight up theft as far as merchandise or money. But as far as a false confession, no. Because we had to have, unlike police officers, we had to have everything ready. Because we had risk of a lawsuit. So yeah, we had to have everything. Thank you, Melty Man. We had to have everything. So there was no way we could go into a room and have a conversation with somebody without having all of our ducks in a row. So yeah, nothing like police officers. We had to, because even with shoplifters, you have to have trust. And I know this because I've been to trial where I missed a step. I didn't necessarily miss a step. I'll say this: it was a fuzzy stop, but I won the case. But you have to have, there's policy and procedure. There's SOPs in place, right? So you have to have all these steps in place and before you can make a stop. And you cannot miss a single step, or else it's a bad stop. If you make a bad stop, you put the company at risk. So that's why you have to have all of your things in just in line, or else you can't go in the room. You can't do it. Oh, we have a new bodyguard.
We're back on the record, 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
Yeah, sure, on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. Tony Henderson.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin back on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Do we have any motions?
We do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
If I may approach the podium, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move for a judgment acquittal.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to start with just a
those were
real
the good
quick
old days, Brandy.
couple of comments, Your Honor. We know that JOA motions have become essentially pro forma, which may be why I've been assigned this responsibility today. But in this instance, I want to make an argument that I think has some merit. I've been paying close attention to the testimony in this case, and I want to point a couple things out. First of all, we know that the court has essentially assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the nature of the evidence that's been.
They're going to ask for a dismissal.
I want to focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching the videos, particularly the interrogation, was part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have written this down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest. Something to that effect. And her response is, "Why are you doing this?" The detective's response to Ms. Boone is, "Because George is dead."
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough. It's not enough to support a second-degree murder, prosecution, conviction, or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury? Now, there are three elements of the second-degree murder information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is dead. We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact.
Actually, it's
or the
not,
idea
Brandy.
that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind. Now, the fact that it was imminently dangerous, I think, is belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase.
He did.
Albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim, apparently he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or an imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to focus on the depravity issue, which state must prove, and pursuant to the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is equivocated.
I don't think YouTube will let me do that.
Equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony, an argument in this matter, not argument, but testimony that in fact George Torres was suffering. Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will.
I actually have 4 boxes of wine in my
And
living
even
room.
if they were to establish negligence,
I'll
it's
explain
not
that later.
homicidal. We know that suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself homicidal, nor should it support the idea that there was indifference to the life of George Torres by Sarah Boone. Was she angry? I think there's clear evidence that she was angry, but that's not hatred. And that's the element that has to be proven here. And I don't think that there is prima facie case that in fact she demonstrated hatred so much as she demonstrated anger. Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge because, in fact, they have not established prima facie elements as required by law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Response.
Yes, thank you. Standard at this time is just a prima facie case. whether any trier of fact, in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them, establish the elements of the crime. There are 3 elements to this crime. George Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Miss Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds could be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you, I don't care, laughing is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been laid. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events. And therefore, we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement, both on the 24th and 25th, that I have no idea what happened. I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are 2 distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
Yes,
Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been on the defendant last. Call whatever witnesses, put on exhibits, photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify. Because of the nature of discharge and our defense, self-defense, and battered spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, for the court to then consider whether or not we've established enough evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm going to need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion for judgment of acquittal, to just go through it again, because I know you're going to ask to colloquy about all that. So I'm going to need a few moments with her. I don't know if it's 10 minutes maybe for the 3 lawyers, 4 lawyers, meet with her. I don't know if we can do it here or maybe back there, but just a short meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity. But before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right. Counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay. All right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, my Lord. So, Brandy, you've been in the LP office, so you know. So when I was before I became like an executive, when I was an LP, that was my favorite job. Just so you know, I loved catching shoplifters. Oh, so I have these 4 wine boxes, y'all. So I was paying off my bills, paying off my credit cards or whatever, and I was going through a credit card statement, and it was like $40, this $40 charge every month. And I was wondering why this Naked Wine Company, that's what it's called, had been calling me and emailing me nonstop. It's been going on for a year. It turns out I joined this Naked Wine Company and I didn't know I was paying $40 a month to Naked Wines. Yeah, so I had accumulated quite a fund with Naked Wine. Now I am half Korean, so I get the Asian glow. Okay. I cannot drink alcohol. I lack the enzyme to break it down. I'm also epileptic, so I can't drink. I'm not supposed to drink. So apparently now everyone's getting wine for Christmas because I now have 4 giant boxes of wine in my living room. And needless to say, I've canceled that membership because, I didn't know I was $40 a month, y'all. That's a lot. I didn't even know I was paying. And apparently I had Hulu all this time and didn't know it. So make sure you check your card statements, y'all. You don't ever know what you're paying for. You could have wine coming to you too and just didn't know it. Yes. And yes, in the LP office, you can see everything. I can see everything. Y'all, my youngest shoplifter, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding about this for seriously. My youngest shoplifter I ever caught, she was 2 years old. This little girl, her mama had her in a stroller and had her a baby also in the stroller, right? It was 2 of them. And the 2-year-old, the mama was looking in the jewelry area. I don't know what made me watch the 2-year-old, y'all. I just was watching the 2-year-old, okay? I just knew she was a future shoplifter. Nope, she was a now shoplifter. This little 2-year-old took this sterling silver jewelry off of the display, and she takes this jewelry, y'all. She puts the jewelry box under her butt in the stroller because she looked around, made sure her mama wasn't looking, and she put it under her butt in the stroller and just sat on it. Yes, she did. And the mama finished her shopping, and I knew the mama wasn't aware she did it. And she finished her shopping. She went up to the register. She checked out, and I had to go outside and say, "Ma'am, I'm so sorry, but your little girl is sitting on a box of jewelry under her butt." And she was so embarrassed. But I mean, obviously, I didn't take the little 2-year-old to jail. But yeah, so that's my youngest shoplifter. Look, y'all, I already told you, I raced a 90-year-old down the hall the other day. I'll get a 2-year-old shoplifter. I'll get anybody for shoplifting. So, yeah, that was my claim to fame. Also, my claim to fame is the most shoplifters I ever caught at the same time, not in one day. The most I ever caught in one day is one thing, but the most I ever caught at one time was 11. They were all lined up on the sidewalk. 11 shoplifters at one time. Stupid kids. You always know kids are shoplifters because if they're supposed to be in school, those are the ones you watch. Yep. They're going to steal every time. I don't know what it is. I'm telling you. These little kids, boy, they start early. And yes, the LP office sees everything. There's screens everywhere. Oh, man. So fun. So fun. Every time I go anywhere, I'm like, oh, they're watching. You know, they're watching everybody. Every single person that walks in the door, they're watching. And by the way, every time I see a lawyer ask a detective or anybody on the stand about their report, look here. Whatever is in that report because you're supposed to write your report for any court. Hey, China, welcome. Good to see you, girl. Y'all, by the way, China Sixth Commandment also has a channel. She does crime as well, and she does a great job. So you should check her out. Melty Man, check Sixth Commandment out. She has a channel as well. But everything that's in that report is supposed to match perfectly what you saw, and it's supposed to be able to, like, if you go to court, which I did all the time, it's supposed to be kind of like a mirror image of what you saw, so the judge and any court person can understand. So as if it's supposed to be like, if you can't go to court, they can see your statement and they can understand it perfectly. So it's whatever your statement says. It's whatever you put in the statement. So that's why cops, if they leave stuff out, then if it's not in there, it ain't in there. So it's whatever you put in the report, y'all, or whatever you leave out. Oh, cool. You like it? I'm glad. Yeah, I have water bottles now, and I'm gonna make some I'm trying to think of some other stuff I'm gonna do. I got hoodies. I got hoodies now too. China's is the Sixth Commandment. Yeah, so if you leave stuff out of your report, then it didn't happen, just so you know. Yeah. Yes, you can see everything at the register, Brandy. Mm-hmm. You can get down in there. And then yep. That was such a fun job. Chasing shoplifters. Oh man. Those were the days. Can't do that anymore. Well, not like the good old days. Yeah. I remember, man, I know that when you get a shoplifter in your office, you don't know their history until the cops get there and run their names and driver's license. I have sat in a room alone with rapists, with people who just got out of prison. And I'm like, what the heck? I've sat in there with people who had needles. I watched one girl wiggle out of her handcuffs and she had needles on her. She was trying to throw drugs under the desk. I've had some crazy incidences, like nuts. Yeah, you get some pretty crazy people. We had a lot of, like, now they're talking about organized retail crime. I'm like, what are y'all talking? That stuff has been around for years and years and years. Y'all act like this is new. We had a whole also, Melty Man, I busted the post office. That was my biggest case. I busted the postmaster general. I sure did. I busted an entire post office. Ha! That was a huge case. Huge. Change the way our company did mailers. I'll tell you that right now. So the the post office people, because you know how they mail out stuff that says to Melty Man or current resident, you got these dollar off coupons and stuff. Well, the post people were keeping all of those mailers and using it for themselves. And I was recognizing the same people coming in using those mailers, using those coupons. And I built a case, and I'm talking about they were getting free stuff left and right. And so I caught it all the way up to the postmaster general. And then you know what they did? Do you know what they did? Because it's post office, they just moved the people around. And then one of the guys, they just early retired out. They were just like, you just got to retire. And then another one was sent overseas. He got deployed, but they were no longer our postal peoples. They didn't work at that post office anymore, but I did. I had a whole postal investigation. It was huge. Huge. Yeah, that was my biggest, I guess, organized retail case, even though I had a bunch of ORC cases, but that was big because it involved the post office. Yeah, but I was pretty excited about that. I exposed that. But they got a lot of free stuff, man. I mean, they were getting Dysons and all kinds of like really expensive stuff. Like they were carting out a bunch every single day coming in. Yes, like wild. They were coming in every day using those coupons. That's what my grandma used to call them, coupons. That was my biggest case. That was pretty cool. That was in the tens of thousands of dollars. And it was going all of that. I had that case, and then I had truck driver case. I had a truck driver who was going all over the country shoplifting at multiple locations. And I caught him at mine, and his truck was loaded with merch. And I happened to catch him. I happened to be the one to catch him at my location. And he had, oh my gosh, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stuff. And it turned out he was just stopping at every location he could get off on the interstate and would steal. It was wild. Yeah, those are just lazy postal people. They just don't want to deliver mail. So they just like But the post office isn't run by the government. I think, don't people know that it's not the government? And everyone thinks it is. By the time she gets on the stand, he's going to say, it's time to go to lunch. Yeah, everybody thinks it's run by the government. And they're like, oh, it's a government job. Oh, they're supposed to do this, do that. No, man. Half the people that work for the post office or deliver the mail are wearing like gym shorts and t-shirts and driving their own cars. It's like Amazon or DoorDash. No more of the postal uniforms. I mean, heck, they don't even deliver to you. It's like remember when we used to have the milkman? I mean, I don't, but I mean, they used to have the milkman deliver milk to your door and bottles and all that. That's how the postman used to be. They don't do that anymore. It's too dangerous. Be delivering mail door to door. No, they don't. And those postage stamps, man. Those postage stamps are like $1 now. Shoot. I mean, I don't remember the milkman. I remember being told stories about the milkman, like the milkman's your daddy, or you belong to the milkman. I'm like, who the hell's the milkman? Gone are the days. Gone are the days. Oh my gosh. That's wild. Man, people will do anything these days. It's getting the holidays now. Y'all got to be careful. You better be careful out there. I think y'all should be allowed to carry more than packages. Like you should be able to pack while you're carrying those packages. You got to be able to defend yourself, man. I don't know. I heard somebody male person, I don't know if it was a male person or a FedEx guy or somebody like that, like he deceased somebody's dog. I know that, but dogs are just protective of their area. Like I don't think you should be taking out somebody's dog. Like if you are that afraid of dogs, then just like chunk it over the fence or something. I don't know. Or maybe those people should put their out here where I live, people put those plastic garden bins or storage bins or whatever. They put those out so Amazon and stuff can put their packages in there, because I mean, then you don't have to go all the way up their driveway or to their porch, or especially if they have a dog. So yeah, I mean, you can make different arrangements, because my dogs are buttholes. I wouldn't have anybody come into my house, and I don't want you in my house. So my little Neo might look sweet, but he'll bite you in the butt. And he don't like men, other men. He loves my boyfriend, but he doesn't like my boyfriend to touch me. So, and he definitely doesn't like strange men. What time is it? Okay, it's 11:12 their time, so she might get to talking. Oh, I know, because I swear I used to think my little Neo was sweet, because I used to be like, oh, he's okay. And then he bit like the fire inspector guy. He bit the maintenance man. I was like, oh crap, never mind. He's not. So yeah. Yeah, he's not sweet. Now I have to lock him up. I didn't know he would do that. But now I know. What people fail to understand is your dogs are sweet to you, but they may not be sweet to just everybody. Yeah, I mean, they're just being dogs, That's their habitat. That's like what I say, like when people say, "Oh, a shark attacked somebody the other day. I'm like, sharks don't just attack. Don't go into their house. And they won't attack. Like, what are you talking about? Sharks didn't attack. You went into their house. If you came into my house, you might get attacked. I don't know. I don't know you. Don't go to their house. Like a bear attacked or something. Like, bears don't just attack out of nowhere. Just don't go to their house. All right. Are we back?
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Dave Kester on behalf of the state, William J. for the state.
Defense?
James Owens from Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black blazer and dark blue blouse
The
from
same
this
black
morning.
blazer.
She is in custody, however, not wearing any restraints. So she'll be able to stand when our jury enters. And if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Oh.
Similarly to our conversations
3
earlier
bodyguards.
today, I don't want to know about any of the substance of any conversations you've had with your attorneys, just whether or not you've had certain conversations. So far, you've been present throughout the entire trial process. You've been seated at counsel's table. You have the opportunity to observe the evidence presented by the state, as well as the direct and cross-examination of the state's witnesses. Are you satisfied with your attorney up and until this point?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions again about specific conferences and conversations you have with your attorneys. I don't want to know those specifics, just whether or not those things have been had. Have you had the opportunity to discuss with your attorneys whether or not you would like to testify as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that matter with your attorneys?
No.
Have your attorneys discussed with you the potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice from your counsels?
Yes.
Do you understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute, and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way?
Yes.
Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify. This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9a, entitled Defendant Not Testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you are waiving your right to remain silent?
Yes.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You cannot pick and choose which questions you want to answer and not answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you refuse to answer any questions, the court can impose sanctions, such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony? Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you choose to testify, you will also be subject to cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions. If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you aware if you have any such convictions?
Yes.
State? Are you aware of any felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering an affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such convictions. Okay, thank you for that clarifications, ma'am. As there are no convictions, and that number is not in dispute, the state will not be permitted to inquire into those matters. Have you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Again, do you need any additional time?
No.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you
About to
to
get
get you
real.
to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Has anyone made any promises to you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
No.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly, after you've had the opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to confirm that you're on board with the strategy that they've utilized in your defense in this case,
Yes, I understand.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to remind you, ma'am, that you can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law of the case is
Anya?
that there should be testimony from the defendant of an overt act that particular day before there is testimony about reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or any of the ancillary things that come with self-defense.
Holland case speaks for itself. Anything further?
I do want to talk about that, but as it relates to her right to remain silent or testify, I have nothing about that.
Okay. Then what do we need to address with regard to Holland?
Well, I've got three issues. One is Holland. The other is I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase and to look at the bag.
Yeah.
And then the third thing is that the state had filed that motion for the in-camera hearing. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear that before she testifies.
Court's not going to address that at this time.
Okay.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the two things, number one, of course, I've got a lot of photographs about the prior violence that George Torres committed on Sarah Boone, and there is a dispute about whether or not I have to establish an overt act that she responded to, that she considered an imminent threat, and that she took evidence or she took action to either block or physically restrain George Torres from committing an act of violence on her. But Judge, if you'll remember, during the 2-hour interrogation, the officers make mention that they are aware of the prior incidences of violence. So I believe the door has been open, that I can go into that based on those statements by the two detectives. If you remember, they introduced this 2-hour video. She says, he comes at me all the time. I think eventually Sarah Boone realized that they had her phone and they were going to see pictures. They were going to see videotapes of evidence that George Torres committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone. I think at that point she changed her tone about George. She was trying to protect George, but then she realized she would have to disclose some of the acts that had been committed on her by George Torres. And so she did talk about him coming at me, and we've had issues before. And the officers gave, I can't remember exactly what they said, but yeah, we're well aware of, I don't know if they said the prior acts or we're aware of the domestic violence, whatever the case may be. I submit that opens the door. That was during their case in chief. They chose to play that entire video. And so I think I can talk about the prior bad acts before the event in question chronologically. And I've got a bunch of photographs that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result of George's violence.
Response, if any.
Judge, we're asking for the court to maintain its ruling. We already read an instruction that the police are allowed to tell her things to try and get reactions from her. They affirmatively denied there was an overt act that night to the police. And the court, in its ruling pre-trial, I've been trying to get some guidance on this, reviewed Ms. Boone's most recent statements on the matter, and there is no overt act thus testified to. So we are hopeful that we will maintain that ruling, and I don't know how it prejudices her or her team in any way to establish an overt act on February 23rd, 2020, before we go into reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or matters of house syndrome evidence.
Any other further argument, Mr. Owens?
No.
All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct, which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before any of that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box and inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag and inspect it before she testifies.
Any response?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour.
Right.
The court has been off the bench to get these photographs marked. The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view of the physical evidence that Ms. Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was processing. It's 11:25. We need to try the case.
Judge, I think that she had that evidence view, I think, with Billy Lane. I believe that was the day after I filed my notice of appearance, or maybe it was the day I filed my notice of appearance. I don't remember
She's
exactly.
not gonna
but it
testify
had already
for
been
lunch.
previously
They're trying to get
scheduled. I
this
was in Milton.
put off.
So they went ahead and did it that morning at, I believe, at the jail. I believe the evidence,
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes
because
when I sent my jury out?
I've been meeting with my client about
Okay.
her rights to testify or not, and other related matters. So in terms of not giving her this evidence,
In terms of anything that the state just discussed?
I've just been busy with my client.
But I've been busy.
How much time do you need in order to pre-mark these
Oh my
exhibits
gosh.
and look at the baseball bat and the suitcase, which have been entered into evidence?
I would think 15 minutes.
I'm very concerned because it is 11:25 and I discharged our jury some time ago, and I don't want to be in a position where we have to break in the middle of testimony.
May I suggest that we just take an early lunch?
Ah.
Let's take an early lunch. We've got
I
witnesses
know.
coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony ends before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here. And then I believe tomorrow is Wednesday. We've got Dr. Brannon. It's going to be here first thing Wednesday morning. And then I believe Dr. Harper is not going to be here till Thursday morning.
That's why he's doing this.
So we're going to have a little gap in
See?
time unless we've got to put on several officers about prior acts and all that. But I think for purposes of this, Judge, in the abundance of caution, I feel like I need to go over this evidence with my client before she testifies. And I have not had a chance to view that evidence other than seeing it here today. But I think I need to do that with her before she testifies.
Okay, can the parties approach for a moment?
That's why he's doing this. His other witnesses are running behind. So he's trying to postpone her testimony for as long as possible because he knows that he's not on time. So he's trying to delay. That's all they've done is try to delay this trial as long as possible. So they've just been filing these extra motions, all this extra stuff. She has manipulated this system. I mean, I don't, this has just been the most insane waste of time. She should actually thank her lucky stars that this is a jury trial and not a bench trial, because the judge would have just given her. Well, I don't know who decide. Oh, the judge sentences her. I think. Yeah, I think the judge. No, trying to remember in Florida if the jury does the sentencing. I can't remember. We watch so many trials in different states. Florida, though, is like crazy with trials. They stay busy. Dang, that is a packed courtroom. I don't recognize anybody in there. I don't recognize any YouTubers. Apparently, I'm a dog bed at the moment. Man, this is just ticking the jury off. She's not making friends right now. Because they're sitting back there going, what the heck is going on? And then they're going to get told that they're going to go to lunch. Be back at 2. I mean, my dog is like trying to figure out how to make my entire body a bed right now. He actually thinks he's going to get some Pocky. Like, he was sound asleep under the desk. And then I opened up my Pocky and he was like wide awake. I mean, I would hope so. I don't know. I mean, this judge better be like ripping the defense. So Melty Man, are you working? How are you? Colorado's 3 hours behind Texas. Are you 2 or 3 hours behind? Woo, man, you got to get up earlier to get these trials going. Oh, and the Daniel Perry trial is starting. They're doing jury selection. Oh, that's so cool. You're watching this channel while you're working. Oh yeah. So you got man, when I'm in Arizona visiting my sister and I'd have to do these trials, oh my Lord, have mercy on my soul. The time difference. It's hard enough to get for the hour time difference. But when I'm in Arizona, it's even worse. Whew, Lordy, Lordy. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, the Daniel Penny trial starts. They started jury selection. I don't think they're going to televise it, so I'm going to have to do some recaps as I find out information. The Delphi trial is going on right now. I can't sink my teeth into that one because it's not televised, and I don't really know what the evidence is. But I feel like if you haven't heard about the Delphi case, that's the 2 girls that were their lives were taken 8 years ago. Hi, Kirsten. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. So I don't know. I don't know if they have the right guy or not. And then the Brian Koberger case, of course, is going to be coming up possibly next year. With the Idaho students. That's
It is 11:35. Councils have matters that they need to address with Madam Clerk for the pre-marking of exhibits and along with the review of the suitcase and bat, which were previously entered into evidence. I'm going to bring based on the agreement of the parties, I'm going to bring our jury panel in at this time, release them for lunch, give them a similar instruction to the instructions they've been provided earlier, and we will commence promptly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. State, any disagreement with the battle plan so far?
Yes, sir.
Same question, Mr. Robbins.
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand by, bring it back in our panel.
The cool thing is his new bodyguards, they get to hear all the behind the scenes stuff. Everybody on here, well, I don't know. We have more people on here that aren't in the chat, but these are all my OGs, Melty Man. So you got some catching up to do. Gwen is in Michigan. She has her own channel now where she reads the Bible every day. Kirsten's in Germany. She started her own channel. She reads tarot. Brandy is also in Michigan. She is she's my Farrah Fawcett stay-at-home mom. She gets to spend time with her beautiful daughter. And China, she does work. China works, but she also has her own YouTube channel.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? I thank you all.
And then I have a couple of other OGs. They're not on here right now.
Once you're seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands.
They are. I can't see
confirm that
them.
you complied with the court's instructions. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Matters with counsel took a little bit
But for the
longer
most
than we
part, they just hang out
anticipated.
with me.
We're going to take an earlier break today. It's 11:35. We anticipate the defense putting on a case this afternoon, and we don't want to get into it and then have to break a half an hour into it. So we're going to go ahead and take that break at this time.
Kind of does what you do, though.
I'm going to give you a
Listen to
similar
words.
instruction as I've read to you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must
Yeah,
not conduct any
Like people in
investigation on
South
your own.
Africa,
This includes
any
reading
cases in
newspapers,
South
watching
Africa.
television, or
They're
using a
going to
computer,
lunch,
cell
Kirsten.
phone,
The
the
defense
internet,
has
any electronic device, or any other means
put
at
this
all
off.
to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I thank you for your time and your service and your attentiveness, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
But if you do go look at something, look at the alternate point of view. Because we're fun. Well, he's done nothing but dilly-dally this whole time. And now he's got it to where they've gone to lunch.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State and the defense, if you could please review those items and please mark every defense exhibit at this time with Madam Clerk, and I
He's
will
like,
see you all to commence
everything.
promptly at 1 p.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Everything. Mark it all. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to put something on for y'all for the lunch break. Obviously something off of my channel so that something maybe y'all haven't seen. Maybe. Yep, China's always at work. Yeah, she's taking the stand after lunch. She already said she was. The plea deal's too late. Yeah, he's already explained to her rights for taking the stand. Oh, I look like a hot mess this morning. Y'all, I had the biggest crease from my silk bonnet. I still have it on my forehead because I was trying to keep my curls in today. So, yeah, I just literally woke up, rolled out of bed. Yeah, and this is what y'all got because I was trying to, I don't know what I was trying to do. I got nothing. Sorry. Okay, so I am going to play one of my videos because, you know, oh, thank you, Kirsten. You're so sweet. Yeah, I missed getting my hair done today for Sarah Boone's testimony, so they better get this show on the road because I had to reschedule it for next week. It's gonna be a total new look, y'all. So we'll see. I'm ready for a change. I know. I totally could have. I could have come back. My hair would have been done by now. And I would have been back in time for her testimony. Man. Totally could have been done in time for her testimony. But no. She had to mess around. All right, I want to play a video off of my channel, of course, while you guys are having lunch. Yep, so hello, all my beautiful people. How are you doing today? Welcome to the Alternate Point of View. My name is Tracy Lee. And you are here because, well, you're one of the lucky ones. Welcome to this channel. Welcome if you are new. Welcome if you are an OG. And welcome because you love crime. And we are going to talk about a case that we have been talking about for the last couple of months. And it is, yes, the Samantha Wall / Michael Jackson Bolanos case, because we are looking for justice for both. But right now, Michael Jackson Bolanos is still sitting in jail, and he is alive, and he needs to be free. Obviously, we want justice for Samantha because her life was taken and cut short for reasons unknown. Or are they unknown? I think they're actually known, and I think Detroit knows, and I think the Jewish community knows. I believe that there's a lot of money and politics and a lot of handshaking and backdoor deals going on. And poor Samantha was sacrificed for that. So I want to talk about the trial in itself. I want to go back and go look at some testimony. And I want to dig deeper and figure out what questions were not asked at the trial. And I want to ask these questions because, obviously, I have a background in criminal justice, in forensics. I concentrated in forensics in college, and because a lot of these things just don't make sense. And I want to make because these questions were not asked at trial. They weren't even considered before bringing charges against Michael Jackson Bolanos. And when you are supposed to have prosecutors who are charging a case and think that they have this beyond a reasonable doubt, yet they do not. And I also want to point out something that the prosecutor said, that he had an astounding amount of evidence. Basically, he had so much evidence against Michael Jackson Bolanos for this case that he felt that Michael Jackson Bolanos was the one to do this, that he brought this to trial. However, he needed to give the confessed ex-boyfriend, Jeffrey Herbstman, use immunity to get on that stand and testify after he confessed to killing, darn it, damn YouTube, he confessed to deleting Samantha Wall out of this world. One of these days, I'm going to learn how to not say words that are real words. I'm sorry, YouTube. It's going to happen. No, it's not. Anyway, Jeff Herbstman confessed to eliminating Samantha Wall. And then he recanted his confession. And the prosecution gave him use immunity. We've already been over what use immunity is. It means that Jeffrey Herbstman can say, I am blue and I fly around the world in my invisible spacecraft. And he can say, nope, I never said that. And no one can hold him to those words as long as he has use immunity. But if they come up with evidence that Jeffrey Herbstman is a blue man flying around in an invisible spacecraft, then lo and behold, they can take him and prove that. Whatever. Anyway, enough of that shenanigans. Let's go to this guy who found Samantha Wall, the neighbor with this invisible dog that I'm still very, very curious about as to why in the world we still don't know who this dog is. Was it a small dog? Was it a mastiff? Was it a fluffy dog? Was it a short-haired dog? Was the dog on a leash? Was he holding the dog? Did the dog freak out and run away? Did the dog walk all over Samantha? What happened? Also, after re-listening to this testimony, I hear that it was raining a little bit and it was a little misty outside. That would make a bit of a difference, don't you think, in the exterior investigation of this crime scene? Yes, it would. Actually, even a little bit of a mist on an outdoor crime scene is a pain in the rear for investigators and crime scene technicians. It is awful. It makes it very hard, a lot harder to investigate a crime scene. Even a little bit. You don't want that because it can contaminate the crime scene and it makes it a little bit harder, a lot harder to figure out what you have if you don't collect that evidence right away. So here we are with Kevin Mole, which is odd because his wife, Jessica, she doesn't have his last name. I don't know. She's quite successful though. I don't know if you know who she is, but she's very, very successful. Kevin Mole is pretty successful in his own right, but the wife, she holds those purse strings. Anyway, let's look at Kevin Mole here and see what he has to say about this finding of Samantha. Also, by the way, I want to note that Kevin Mole himself does not call 911. He also himself does not attempt CPR on Samantha. He runs like a little with the dog, this mysterious dog. I don't know what kind of dog this is. I have no idea if this dog is a, gigantor dog or a toy poodle, a chihuahua. I don't know. No one knows. No one knows if this dog stepped in anything. No one knows if the dog licked Samantha. I don't know. Who knows? What I do know is that Kevin Mole did not call 911. His wife actually called 911. And what was Kevin Mole doing while his wife was on the phone with 911? Was he washing his hands? Was he washing the dog's feet? Was he changing his clothes? What in the world was Kevin Mole doing? I don't know, but it seems odd when you listen to his testimony. Let's listen.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Kevin Mull, Kevinmull.
Ready to see?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury about the neighborhood you live in?
Yes, it's called Lafayette Park. It is a group of townhomes, about 20 buildings that are oriented in a configuration to create a neighborhood.
And that particular neighborhood, is that in the city of Detroit, the county of Wayne?
It is correct.
And how long have you lived in that neighborhood?
I have been there about 4 years.
And I want to take you back to the early morning hours of October 21st of 2023. Does that day have some significance to you?
It does, yes.
What were you doing when you woke up that morning?
My wife and I were dog sitting for a friend. So we had a dog in the house, and the dog woke me up to go outside. So I was in the process of taking the dog outside.
Okay. And did you take the dog outside?
I did, yes.
And approximately what time did you take the dog outside?
About 6:20 a.m.
And when you took the dog outside, did anything come to your attention at some point?
Yes. As I went out into the little park the meadow that's between my building and the building across, where normally we would walk the dog. I noticed something on the sidewalk at the building directly across from my unit.
And can you describe what you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, I saw an object there. It was still dark out and was rainy and misty, and I couldn't tell what it was. So as I made my way across the meadow, I eventually realized that it was a person that was lying on the sidewalk.
And can you describe that person's condition?
Yes, the person was laying on the sidewalk with their back towards me, and in what I would describe as a fetal position. And I noticed that right away that the person did not have any shoes on, which obviously was unusual for that location and the temperature and so forth.
Okay. Did you notice anything else about this person's condition?
Yes, obviously the person was not moving, so I called out, and as I got closer and heard no response, and it was very clear that that person was in distress based on, the lack of shoes and the position of the body and the state of the clothing.
Okay. Did you see the person moving at all?
No movement.
Did you see any evidence of injury that you observed?
There was not an immediate evidence of injury, but because the person was unresponsive.
No immediate evidence of injury. So does that mean he did not see any blood? He did not see any wounds? He did not see anything? So no immediate evidence of injury. Remember that. He didn't see any evidence of injury. I guess the dog didn't either, because I don't know where this dog is.
Saw a spot on the body where on the person's back there was some exposed skin. The skin was blue, the feet were blue. I touched that part of the body to try to get some kind of reaction, and I immediately could tell how cold the body was.
And
How cold was the body? And here's the other thing. He immediately saw that her feet were blue. She literally walked through blood. There was blood all down the sidewalk, supposedly. Now, keep in mind, he also mentioned it was a little rainy. So there were bloody footprints, her bare footprints, according to the police, all through the house. So her feet would have been bloody, don't you think? So how did he see blue feet?
Was there any reaction when you touched the body?
No reaction.
At the time that you saw the body, were you aware of who this person was?
I was not. Based on the condition, I immediately returned to my home and put the dog in the house and called for my wife to call 911. In which she did. When we returned, it was my wife that recognized her. I did not know her.
Y'all.
And what is your wife's name, sir?
Jessica Robinson.
And can you explain to the jury where the body was positioned relative to the closest building?
Yes. So the way the buildings are configured, there are 2 units side by side with 2 doors next to each other to enter the units, and there's a sidewalk approaching the unit. And she was laying more than halfway up the sidewalk, approaching those 2 doors.
And the night of October 21st. That night, did you stay at home that night in Lafayette Park?
I did, yes.
Did you hear anything that night?
I did not.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary that night?
I did not.
And your particular home,
Okay, I'm sorry. Finding a dead body on a sidewalk is pretty much seeing something out of the ordinary.
you said it was directly across from the building where you found the body.
Correct.
Did you have any camera on your home?
We have a ring, but it's not facing that direction. It's facing perpendicular, so it does not face that direction.
And when you touched the body, did you get any blood on you?
I did not.
Would you have had any reason to have your
Pay very close attention to how he describes how he touched Samantha's body when he says this, because this is so unbelievable. It is almost unbelievable.
elbows or your back come into contact with the body?
I did not. I was at a distance and reached out, stretched out, and touched only the spot that the exposed skin had.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
No further questions. So he basically was like, no. I reached out and I just was like, oh, there it is. There. Oh, she's cold. I didn't. How did he control the dog? Whatever kind of dog it was, I don't know. Reach out and barely touch her body to see if she was alive or not. And then how do you have no further questions for the person that found her, but yet they talked to the wife on the stand way more than they talked to the husband, and the husband was the one that found her. Remember, when the wife called 911, it was like she was ordering takeout. And the 911 operator was literally like she was too busy to take her order. Like, yeah, anything else? Uh-huh. I mean, literally, it was just disgusting. But what I want to point out is this information right here, because we're going to play part of Michael's testimony, because this is important for Michael's testimony and what Kevin Mull just had to say, because, the information, and this is what I've been saying all along, because why wasn't there estimated time of death on the autopsy? Because why? Well, it was botched. It was half done. It wasn't even half done. I don't even think it was a quarter done. I don't even think it was, what did they do? They took her organs out, but they didn't test anything. They didn't even get fingerprints off of her. So they didn't even do the rape kit test. They did the test, but they didn't process the test. And Kim Worthy, man, she is all about these rape test kits, right? So let's talk about this cold to the touch. So while we're on the subject, bone and skin cells stay alive for several days. It takes around 12 hours for a human body to be cool to the touch and 24 hours to cool to the core. Rigor mortis commences after 3 hours and lasts until 36 hours after death. Forensic scientists use clues such as these for estimating the time of death. Go figure. Wow. I'm sorry. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that. Who doesn't watch CSI? Who doesn't watch SVU and Law and Order? Come on, people. Come on, man. I'm going to throw a Joe Biden out there for you. Just kidding. I hate Joe Biden. Anyway, usually body temperature is maintained stable 30 minutes to an hour after death before starting to decrease, although this can persist for 5 hours in extreme cases. According to Marshall, 1969, metabolism, heat production, and body surface tissues are the main determinants for this initial delay in cooling. Now, how long does it take for a body to turn blue and cold after death? Here we go. Livor mortis usually sets in 20 to 30 minutes after death and increases in intensity until it becomes fixed at about 12 hours. Assessment of livor mortis can be useful in determining an approximate time of death or cause of death based on the approximate stage of lividity and the specific coloration. So, as you can see, it takes a little time. Also, there are other factors involved, as I've stated before, the temperature, the clothing, the amount of blood loss. All of these things do take into consideration. But why is this important? Because this is important because after someone has lost so much blood and after someone has died, because when Michael said that he came across her body and touched her, she was cold and crusty. And this was after 4 in the morning because we see Michael on the bridge at 4:23 in the morning. Now, unless he is, oh my gosh, what's his name? The guy who just won the 100-meter sprint at the Olympics. Unless he's that guy, I mean, that means Samantha, who knows how long it had really been since she was out there on the sidewalk. Who knows? Did she actually go out of her house at 4:20 on that last motion sensor? We don't know. Could she have gone out earlier than that? We have all of this time, all of this motion that she supposedly was outside, that the motion sensor said, right? We have the ADT testimony guy. My boyfriend worked for ADT. He also says the same thing. The ADT system is 30 seconds off. So you can't go by an ADT for a time of death. That's the most asinine thing I've ever heard of. If someone puts my time of death and bases it off a goddamn alarm system, you people got problems, okay? You need to go by the medical examiner. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Not the Detroit medical examiner because she's like 20-something years old and she's been the medical examiner for less than 2 years. So she doesn't know what the heck she's doing. She doesn't even know how to finish an autopsy. So and by the way, she's the assistant medical examiner. So which organs die last after death? Well, the last organ to fail would be the heart, which is why you give CPR, because you can bring back the heart. Your brain is going to be like mashed potatoes. So you can bring your heart back and get that thing going again, but your brain is probably going to be a vegetable. So, and like I said, mashed potatoes. Anyway, so the fact that when Michael touched her, he said she was cold and crusty, which is pretty gnarly, then that means that she was already there for quite some time, right? So if she was there, then how in the world would she be cold already to the touch if she hadn't been there already for at least, as they say, 20 to 30 minutes or more. So if that's the case, there's no way that, again, not that Michael Jackson Bolanos did it in the first place, but that means there is absolutely no way that he could have done it. Because if she was cold to the touch when he touched her, then her attack, as I've stated all this time, would have had to have happened between 124 or the 138, actually, when her phone stopped doing whatever it was doing. But again, her motion was showing at 124. There was motion detected in her townhome at 124. So it would have had to have happened at 124 or somewhere in that time frame, somewhere between 1 a.m., 1 something a.m., and somewhere before 4 a.m. So that makes much more sense. But had the medical examiner put a time of death, an estimated time of death, which, like I keep saying, would have been so easy to do if they had just tested her organs. They could have tested her heart. They could have checked her stomach contents. There's so many things they could have done, but they did not do it. And now you have a prosecutor who doesn't know jack crap about time of death, who is estimating it off of an ADT alarm system, and who seems to think that Michael Jackson Bolanos is faster than the Flash and can delete someone in 0 seconds. And you actually have people out there who believe it. Oh, and I need to mention, there are people out there that are trolls out there that are just dead set on Michael Jackson Bolanos. But all of you trolls out there, I know who you are. I know who you're connected with. And I know why you're doing what you're doing. And you can stop now, because I have this channel for a reason. And you can call me what you want and you can say what you will. But I know who you are. I investigate. I look people up. I find out who you are. You're all related to the synagogue and to Dana Nessler somehow, some way. So you can troll me, you can comment, you can say what you will in all the public forums that you like, but I know, and you know who you are. Your influence is not going to stop and cannot stop God's will. Period. And you cannot stop. Innocence is stronger than your mouth and your keyboard warriorness. So keep on if you like. But trust me, all the money that you have in the world and all the connections that you have in the world cannot stop God. So Michael Jackson Bolanos is innocent. And everything that you say and all the connections you have there in Detroit and all the corruption that Kim Worthy has up there does not matter. Does not matter, because God knows it all and he sees through all of you. And I'm looking you in the eye and telling you that God knows. God knows what's in all your hearts, and all your hearts are black. So I'm telling you, Samantha Wall was attacked way earlier than 4:20 a.m. And you can ask any medical examiner, even especially the wonderful medical examiner that Brian Brown got up there on the stand, who flat out said that that autopsy was incomplete and flat out said that there's no way to know exactly now when Samantha Wall was attacked because the autopsy was incomplete. And we can look, and as I said, it takes time for someone to get up there and be attacked, and for someone to actually turn cold and blue. It doesn't happen. So I would like to. I'm looking for when Michael Jackson Blano said that when he touched her, and she was cold to the touch. That she was cold to the touch. So if he said she was cold to the touch, ah, this is much harder to do when I'm trying to. Here she.
Respond to you?
That wasn't okay.
Okay. And you said you touched their neck?
Yes,
Do you know which hand you might have used?
my right hand,
Okay. And why are you sure that you used your right hand?
because I remember.
Okay. And did you do anything? Did you shake the body? Did you do anything?
I didn't shake the body. I just checked the neck, put my hand kind of like in between right here, no air, no like breath or nothing. And once I realized that I just touched the dead person, I just grabbed the bag and I left.
Okay. And what did it feel like? What did the body feel like?
Cold and like crusty.
Okay. Was it wet? Was it dry?
Like paint on the wall.
Okay. Did you attempt to call the police?
My first reaction was to reach for my phone, but I had to consider where I was and what I was doing at the time. And I didn't feel like me personally, that would be a good idea to call the police.
Okay. And when you said you had to consider where you was and what you were doing, let's just, I guess, break that down a little bit. What were you doing in your mind?
Well, I was over there breaking into cars. Well, not breaking into cars, but going into motor vehicles. And I felt like if I had to call the police, I would be incriminating myself because the first question they're going to ask is, what are you doing over here?
Okay. And it'd be fair to say that you didn't have permission to go in these people's cars or attempt to open their doors, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so as you can see, Michael says it was cold and crusty. So it felt like paint on a wall. And as I stated, it takes at least 20 to 30 minutes after death for livor mortis to start setting in, and it gets fixed in about 12 hours. So 20 to 30 minutes before it starts actually setting in. So even if she had gone out her townhouse at 4:20 when they last saw movement, her body wouldn't have been cold and crusty at the time Michael touched her. There's no way. She would have still been warm, even in 45-degree weather. It takes, your body does not start dropping body temperature, even in that temperature. It just drops like every half hour, your body drops about half a degree. So you have to take into consideration temperature, your clothing, all of that. She had on a hoodie. She had on a long sleeve shirt underneath that. Even though her body was also drenched in blood, that may have also contributed to the faster body temperature drop. But just so you know, for her body to be cold and for her body to turn blue, time would have had passed. Now, for the neighbor to see her blue and cold, that would be more feasible because a couple of hours would have passed if she would have left her apartment at 4:20 when the last motion detection was sensed. But since we don't really know, because the prosecution is using the ADT alarm instead of an actual estimated time of death, this case never should have gone to trial. Never. It never should have gone to trial based on an ADT alarm system time of death. It never should have gone to trial based on lack of medical examiner information. And it also never should have gone to trial based on this botched surveillance that they put together, like some sort of Frankenstein video. I mean, my God, if I wanted to put a doll together and make it the perfect doll, well, never mind, that would look like crap. Barbie already is perfect, I guess. So no, we're not going to do that. But I want to tell you how many, and this is a statistic, it's not something that I made up and pulled out of my butt to talk about it. It's actually a fact. How many burglaries turn into a violent crime? Well, this is not something that I make up. I literally look this. I can look this up. Look, this is not rocket science, people. I'm not a rocket surgeon. Okay, this is literally information anyone can pull up, and if you want to look at it, and this is all over. Okay, this isn't just in Michigan. It's not in Detroit. This is all burglaries. Okay, this is all over the country. Okay, so 7%, you guys, 7% of household burglaries turn into a violent crime. 7%. So you're telling me that someone who walking downtown Detroit, supposedly checking cars, which, by the way, in the Frankenstein video, he walks past umpteen thousand cars and doesn't check a single one. You're telling me that he decides to go into this house and delete this person who's supposedly sleeping on the sofa. That's their narrative, that she was asleep on the sofa, which, by the way, I'm going to tell you for the millionth time that this chick was not sleeping on the sofa. She was dressed. She was looking like she was either going to walk somebody out or she was going somewhere or something like that. Because look, people, I'm just going to be real. We don't look like that when we're at home, okay? Women don't do that, all right? When we're at home, we're in a t-shirt and underwear. I mean, we're lucky we got clothes on, okay? When we're home by ourselves, no, sir. We are not wearing no dang pants and a long sleeve shirt and a hoodie. Hell no, man. We comfortable. We're sitting at the house. We chilling. We just no. We ain't about that life. Everything comes off. We're at the door, things come off, but no. If we got to put clothes on, that means somebody's coming over, or we got to go out the door and meet somebody. I mean, no, that means we got to look at somebody. Okay. I'm just being real. I mean, you don't know how many times when we go out in public, my boyfriend's like, is that what you're going to wear? You gonna put some real clothes on today? No, dude. No. You're lucky I got pants on. Or yoga pants. Whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying. That's not how this works. We do not put all that on to lay on the sofa and go to sleep. No. So she was either waiting for someone or just done seeing somebody. Also, the prosecution did not show any movement or any information from her ADT system earlier than when she got home. So we don't know if there was any movement in her townhouse before she got home. We don't know if there was anyone waiting for her in her townhouse before she got home. We don't know if she had guests over. We don't know if anybody entered her home prior to. They're only showing us information from when Samantha Wall came home from the wedding, period. What are they hiding? What information is out there that they're not showing? What was not allowed in the courtroom? I'm just saying. It's awfully strange. Because, you know, when you investigate a crime, I'm just going to put this out there for you as well. The before and the after is very, very important in investigating a crime. It's not just what happened at the moment. The before and the after are very, 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 very important. You got to know what happened before. You got to know what happened way, way, way before, because you need to know this person's history, much like they threw all of these guys on the stand, all of her supposed boyfriends, flings, whatever, you know, they put all these people on the stand, but did they really get into the meat of Samantha's life? No. Did they really get into what was happening throughout her day? No. The only thing they talked about is that she went to that wedding. They didn't talk about anything else that happened before the wedding. They didn't talk about, you know, did she go to the grocery store? Did she go shopping for her dress to wear the wedding, or did she just wear a dress out of her closet? Did she talk to any friends? None of these things came out. There's a lot more information about this situation. There's more questions than there are answers. What did Samantha do for the day? Who did she see that day? Did anything stand out that day? Did she have someone that was a stalker, like her sister said? Aaron Pergament, he's a stalker. Oh, I just used that word. You know, it's just cat word. No big deal. You know, everybody has a stalker, don't they? It's just normal. Oh, he's a great friend of the family. No big deal. What the heck? Okay, so what did Samantha do prior to that night? I mean, it's normal to ask. Also, when they canvass the area? Did they canvass and talk to everyone? All the neighbors? Where is that in the reports? Did they speak to everyone? That is where you start your investigation. You start from the beginning, all the way to the beginning. You look at all of her connections. Samantha was very politically connected. That would be, if I were the investigator, that would be the first thing I would look at. Obviously, Hamas had just attacked Israel on October 7th. So I would for certain have spent quite a bit of time, regardless of if it were a thing or not. I would have spent quite a bit of time looking at her connections, looking at her circle, looking at her political beliefs, looking at all of those things, because in this day and age and in this time that we are in, it would be quite pertinent information to figure out who and what she's involved in. And being a Jewish synagogue leader, it is very pertinent to make sure that you mark that off the list as soon as possible. Not to say you need to knock it off the list within the first, 30 seconds, like they did in Detroit. They literally marked it off the list like that. Now, remember when the little boy was deleted? I mean, that was a child. A child was deleted in an anti-Semitism crime. But they took Samantha's situation and just, no, nothing to see here. No, all good. Everybody's good. Don't worry, people. We got this. The black guy did it. It's okay. I know. We had a confession from a white guy, a Jew, but trust us, the black guy did it. He did it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they brushed off every other possibility, plausible possibility, to put Michael Jackson Bolanos at this scene. So again, 7% of burglaries turn into an actual violent crime. That's nationally, not Detroit, nationally. So, so what state has the highest burglary rate? Go figure, New Mexico. It's not Detroit. No. Michigan. It's not Michigan. It's Detroit. I mean, it's New Mexico. New Mexico. Believe it or not. I don't know what New Mexico has that everybody wants, but that's where they are. So what state has the most violent crime? Looks like Louisiana. Yep, Louisiana. Ugh. Y'all, just being from Alabama, y'all, I used to have Louisiana as a market. It is gross. That's all I got to say about that. But anyway. So when you're looking at these statistics, and you see that 7% nationally of burglaries turn into a violent crime. And it is known that most burglars don't want to be in a confrontational situation. They want to get in and get out. And also, something that Brian Brown pointed out in the trial was he was pointing out the computer. He was pointing out, like, this wasn't taken. Nothing was taken out of Samantha's home. Nothing. Her wallet, nothing. Everything that was literally right there when you walked in, even if someone had gone into her house to steal, literally things were sitting in eyes view at the door. They wouldn't have even had to go any farther than the foyer to get her stuff. She could have still been asleep on the sofa, probably gone unnoticed, actually, and just taken the wallet and left. But he pointed out her computer, everything was still there. Most burglars, the first thing they go for is the computer, the office area, because the office area is where they believe most people keep their money, they're safe, that kind of thing. So that did not happen here. Instead, apparently, to the prosecution's narrative, they believe that someone went into this home, particularly Michael Jackson Bolanos, just went into this home. I guess he just got tired of checking cars and just decided to go into this townhouse and delete, and leave this horrifically bloody crime scene, which did have cast off, by the way. And there was just stuff everywhere, and was like, oh crap, I forgot to get that wallet. Oh my God, I totally forgot. I forgot the money. I forgot the computer. I had a backpack too to fill stuff up with, and I forgot all that. Man, I'm a terrible burglar. Oh, dang it. Man. I mean, what? I mean, y'all, make it make sense. Make it make sense. First of all, if I'm going to go down for deleting somebody, I better have gotten something out of the deal. Like, there better be something in it for me. What's in it for me? With them. That's what we used to say at my old job. With them. What's in it for me? What have you done for me lately? All those things. Like, dude, if I'm going down for something, you best believe I'm going to get some goody good. Okay. Because there is, You think I'm leaving somewhere? You think I'm doing that and leaving somewhere and being like, oh, dang, that's all I got? I got nothing. I got this torn up backpack and some candy. Y'all, really? Make that make sense. Now, I know, okay, I'm the only Asian on the earth that is not good at math. But, I mean, I don't have to be a math whiz for this to math. it don't math. But what does math is, once again, how Jeff Herbstman got use immunity and how this all came together at such a convenient time for Ryan Elsey, the prosecutor. Now, remember when I said in my last video that it takes 6 to 9 months for someone to get a job full from start to finish at the DOJ? Well, this case has been going on for 6 to 9 months, actually 9 months. And Ryan Elsey got assigned this case. I would say this case has been going on. Let's see. Michael has been in jail officially since December 13th. We are now in July. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So that's 8 months almost that Michael has been in jail. Brian Elsey was assigned this case. He did the pretrial preliminary hearing. Then the case got set. Trial date was set. And then after the trial was set and started, Ryan Elsey miraculously gets his job at the DOJ. And like I stated before, I spoke with the district attorney's office there in Detroit and learned that when a prosecutor has a case that they are working on and it's already in trial, they can't stop that case. They have to continue that case, and then they can go to a new job. Detroit, by the way, their attorneys have the largest caseload anywhere, and they sometimes can be carrying about 30 cases at a time. So if you think about that, 30 cases, and then also I was told that 30 cases, depending on the type of case, can sometimes equal double that, because the case can be very, very complex. It can be a very high profile case like this case. So depending on the types of cases they have, these cases can feel like double the caseload. So if you have a prosecutor that has, say, 30 cases, and you are leaving the prosecutor's office, and you have to dump those cases on another prosecutor, you have to go over those cases with that other prosecutor that you're dumping these cases on. And then you have to brief them. You have to let them know what the cases are about. You also have to finish the case that you're in trial with before you can leave the prosecutor's office. But the prosecutor's office knows you're leaving. They have enough notice that you're leaving because, duh, you have to inform the other prosecutors of the cases you're passing off. You also have to inform the judge. You have to inform the defense team. You have to inform the other attorneys, any other attorneys that are involved, aka Jeff Herbstman's attorneys, who also helped you probably get the job at the DOJ because they knew someone allegedly that worked at the DOJ in white collar crime and health care fraud, because you got the job in healthcare fraud at the DOJ as well, because someone knew someone that got you that job allegedly. So, it just all adds up. When you start to look at how the big picture works, and then you start to look at how everyone is connected through the synagogue, and then you start to look at people like this guy who is trolling on all the channels and all the chats, who works for Dana Nessler's office. Yeah, she is the Attorney General of Michigan, top of the echelon there. And Samantha Wall worked on her campaign. Now, if you look up Samantha Wall on LinkedIn or anywhere else, you will see that at first, everyone was blaming Rashida Tlaib. They said that it was her rhetoric that got Samantha deleted. Well, was it? We'll never know. Who has the power to make that rhetoric stop? Is it Rashida? Is it Dana Nessler? I don't know. But what I do know is this. I do know that Ryan Elsey now works for the DOJ. I do know that it takes at least 20 to 30 minutes for your body to start showing lividity and start showing some signs of coolness. And I do know that it takes up to 12 hours for your body to be going into complete rigor. And I do know that in order for Michael Jackson Bolanos to have felt her body to be cool to the touch or cold, she would have had to be laying out there a lot longer than what the prosecution is claiming happened at 4:20. By the way, the ADT system is 30 seconds off. So there's no way that Samantha Wall could possibly have been deleted in 0 seconds. And there's no way that Michael Jackson Bolanos could have done it. And there's no way that this time frame matches the prosecution, because the prosecution has clearly been watching way too many Marvel films, or what's the other one? Justice League? I don't know. Marvel, superhero, whatever. They've just been watching too many films. They don't seem to understand the concept of how you delete someone. I mean, I would hope not, because I would hope that none of them are, deleters. But you would think if they're trying a case this big, that they would have some concept of something. But clearly they do not, which is probably why it's best that Ryan Elsey is going from a major crime prosecutor to healthcare fraud. So fun. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for him. Everyone be sure to congratulate Ryan Elsey on his new job at the DOJ, working in fun healthcare fraud. Because you know what? I just think that crime is just not for him, since he has no idea how to pin down a time of death. I mean, no idea whatsoever. Because he believes in magic and superheroes and invisible, men, or floating like the Flash from one area to another. Clearly. And thank goodness you don't have that prosecutor anymore, because who knows what will happen to you. So anyway, I just wanted to share that little tidbit of information from the neighbor who found Samantha. I wanted to point out the fact that they hardly asked him any questions at all. They didn't ask him, why didn't you perform CPR? At least the prosecutor didn't. And they didn't ask him, how did you see any blood? Where was the dog while you were reaching out with your tippy toe fingers to touch the body, and you got no blood on you, but yet you didn't call 911. You had your wife do it, and she seemed to know more than you did. And she wasn't dressed to go outside. And no, we're not going to do CPR. We're not going to try that. We're too highfalutin to do that. So yeah. And also, just to show you that Michael Jackson Bolanos said the same thing, that when he touched her, she was cold and crusty. Very odd explanation, but yes, she was cold and crusty and felt like wet paint on a wall, kind of, which I could see that, if there was that much blood she was kind of drenched in. And, if he touched her and he did get any blood on him, then yeah, that would make sense. But also, again, she would have to have been out there for quite some time, as I stated, because it takes a while for you to get cold, even in mid 40-degree temps. She was dressed like she was going somewhere, or meeting somebody, or something, or like somebody was there. I mean, as attorneys always say, which is one of my least favorite things attorneys say, is use your common sense. Because do you know how many people out there don't have common sense? I mean, stop asking people that. Stop telling people in the jury to do that, to use their common sense. Please, lawyers, stop doing that. These people don't have no dang common sense. I mean, my gosh. If they did, they will probably be sitting on a jury. Oh. That's just one of my things. One of my pet peeves when lawyers ask jurors to do that. Use your common sense, because you know what? Most people don't have common sense. Like a lot of people are book smart, but they're not common sense smart. Or a lot of people are common sense smart, but not book smart. When you have that combination and you got 12 people deciding your fate, you are just in trouble. But I will say this. Thank the Lord above that Michael Jackson Bolanos has 12 people deciding his fate. He had 12 people deciding his fate instead of that judge, because that judge doesn't know her, from a hole in the ground. Because, hunty, it's gone. That girl, that woman, what we say, bless her heart. Bless her heart. But honey, we can't even use that because we got people's lives on the line. I mean, when you got people's lives on the line, you can't even say bless her heart, because that ain't even an excuse for her. So anyway, I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much for listening. Please like, subscribe, and share. And don't forget, this channel is not monetized, so please buy me a coffee. Also, I want to let you all know that the GoFundMe has been taken down by GoFundMe. So I have tried several times to have the GoFundMe put up, and GoFundMe keeps taking it down because of the type of GoFundMe that it is. It is to free Michael Jackson Bolanos because it is for an alleged, I guess, criminal situation. GoFundMe does not allow that. I don't know why, because at the time of all the riots and stuff going on, GoFundMe was, doing all kinds of GoFundMes, but for whatever reason, they keep taking down Michael's GoFundMe. But I have given little money that it did earn to Tierra, Michael's girlfriend. So we will try every way possible to get money to Michael. So whatever monies that I get off of by Buy Me a Coffee or my Cash App or whatever, it's all been going to Tierra. It hasn't been much, but every little bit helps. I will work with Tierra on setting up another GoFundMe and try to figure out the wording that it can be so that they will stop taking down my GoFundMes. So that's that. Apologies for that. Apparently, honesty is not the best way to go sometimes, as we can see in this trial. Kamsahamnida. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment.
Oh, gosh.
Hello, everyone. Sorry. I'm trying to see what in the world I'm doing. Can't watch that because I'll get in trouble. Sorry. All right, let's see. It's almost time. And then the famous Sarah Boone is going to be on the stand. We've got 8 more minutes. 8 more minutes. Did everyone get to have a good lunch? Not you, Melty Man. You're working. So is China. China, I think, is ahead of time. This thing doesn't have like an on-off button. Okay, so my chair came with this this back massager thing. This thing is really loud. It makes a lot of noise, but it doesn't do a whole lot. It just makes a lot of noise. So that's a bust. I had to get more coffee. Y'all be sure to like, subscribe, and share. I have lots of people watching. Just so y'all know, 90% of the people who watch this channel do not subscribe to this channel. So, I noticed yesterday that we had like almost 100 people watching, and I didn't get 100 new subs. So, I'm looking right now, and there's like over 40 people watching. So it would be nice to have an additional 40 new subs. That would be great. Also, I have memberships and I have merch. So, and I have super chats. I have all kinds of fun stuff. Super thanks. Cool things. So many cool things. I did, Melty Man, and you came back for more today. I love it. We're getting there. This little channel's getting there. It's like the little engine that could. We are going to get there. So I don't know if you guys are aware of Daniel Penny, but he is starting his trial. He's the one in New York, the ex-Marine that was on the subway. That the guy, the homeless guy, Jordan Neely, was on the subway threatening people, saying he was going to take everybody out, including himself, or he was going to take everyone out, and he didn't care if he had to go to jail, prison. He didn't care what happened to him. And because of his threats on the subway, Daniel Penny, along with a couple of other guys, wrestled Jordan Neely to the ground and held him down until they got to a stopping point where police took over. Unfortunately, Jordan Neely passed away later due to the hold that Daniel Penny and the other guys had on him. I have, you know, if you do the choke hold or whatever, if you hit the certain artery, you just kind of go to sleep. So that's what happened to Jordan Neely. But Daniel Penny is the only one being charged with manslaughter. The other two guys who were not white, this was a black guy that was deceased, and the white guy is the one who got charged. Obviously, he was a former Marine, so they're trying to say that he used his Marine tactics to decease him. He didn't intentionally take this man's life. He was, no good deed goes unpunished, right? So, this is why no one gets help from anyone. This is why you don't help strangers. This is why people get assaulted on the train. This is why people get assaulted in public and people just keep walking, because you know what? If you end up injuring or hurting, or God forbid the person passes away that you are trying to protect the public from, you will be the one who gets charged with manslaughter or what have you. Much like if your home gets broken into and the robber, burglar, or whatever gets injured in your home, you will be charged with that person being hurt in your home, even though they broke into your home. Yeah, that's how it works. So it's kind of topsy-turvy, backwards world, but that's how it works. I heard of a guy who broke into someone's house. He broke in and then it's weird, but he went out of the garage, and the garage, he ended up somehow getting locked in the garage and he couldn't get out. And the people were obviously they were out of town, and he was stuck in their garage and he didn't have a way out, and was stuck there for a week. And all they had in their garage for food was dog food, and he had nowhere to go to the bathroom. So he ended up suing the people for unfit living conditions for the week that he was locked in their garage. Yeah. So make that make sense. I'm just curious. So that's why you don't get help, people. It's so twisted and so messed up. Like, it's a catch-22. The whole thing is a catch-22. Like, I don't agree with cops lying to people. I'm not gonna shut my face. I'm dead serious. Dead ass. And he won, by the way. Yeah, he won. So it's a catch-22. You have cops that are able to lie to people and deceive people to get false confessions or confessions, period. And then you have good Samaritans that are out there trying to help people. But if in the process of helping you end up harming, then you will be put in prison. So it's just sucky. So that's why we don't help. Yeah. So so you could be literally being beaten, assaulted, whatever is happening to you, but if someone tries to help you, I mean, and about the one lady, I don't know, she was driving down an access road, exit ramp or what have you, and there's always homeless people on those roads. And this woman comes out and she's like, "Hey, can you help? Can you help?" And the woman stops to help this lady, and then she ends up getting stabby to death by a man who came up after the woman. So yeah, you can't. It's almost. I don't know. It's a scary world. And we're back. Look, honey, you can't be that concerned about your hair and stuff when you're doing court. You got to be focused on your client. It is very backwards. We got issues. Gosh, I hope I don't get dinged for my video ending and playing the 48 hours that snippet of 48 hours. Probably gonna get dinged. Mm-mm-mm. Shame, shame. Yeah, there are cameras. We want to look good for the cameras. Yeah, for sure, for sure. God, Gwen, are you asking me to remember something I just said? I have no idea now what you're talking. But we're about to get this circus started. You know what would be hilarious is if they had like a ringleader to come in, or like the announcer guy. Who is that announcer guy from from wrestling that would come out? Oh, is it UFC or wrestling that had such a good announcer? And in the left corner, I don't know, was it boxing? I don't know. Anyway, oh, let's get ready to rumble. That guy. That would be great. We had that guy ready to announce Sarah Boone. And coming to the stand from the defense table with the same black jacket, Sarah Boone.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William James for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for this Boone.
County Henderson from Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black jacket
Same
and
black
blue blouse
jacket.
from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, we're ready to bring in our panel.
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there. Has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just so that a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working on.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first question.
Okay. Before
The
you
second one is,
proceed-
Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law now.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916 Southern 2nd 750 at point 760 through 761.
He's been trying to get
Second
this in
argument ties
there.
into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of George Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat? And to some degree, you have to understand the history of George Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And
History of violence.
from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine.
So
because
concerned,
knew
she drank it.
when George Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent.
So she
and
put him in a
sometimes
suitcase.
he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his
Yeah,
mind
I mean, it was
off of
there.
his
She had to
troubles
drink
because
it.
She knew that if he reaches a
And
certain
then put him in a
level and is
suitcase.
dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a
It
violent
was
way.
such a great
So
day.
she had that state of
So
mind,
good.
with that understanding.
We're
of her
getting
history
along so
and his
well.
history in his overt act.
I
which she's
taught
gonna
him
testify
everything
to,
he
coupled with
knows.
the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to
What overt act?
block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain
Him in a
George
suitcase.
Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by George Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense.
So heightened
heightened
that she went upstairs and went to bed.
was capable.
Fell asleep.
Due to that, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But
What? Sphincter said what?
she's tired of being beat on. And so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point.
Anya.
The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance He can't get to me.
This is my chance to put him in a
I can
suitcase,
tell him
beat him to death,
exactly
and go to
what
bed.
He does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together within.
Yeah, she wants that ring back, man. She gave him a ring.
And she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled. There are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death.
Yeah, sticking two fingers out of a suitcase is not an overt act.
That's what has occurred, that her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. We've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that, you pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you, I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
I want to know where the bat came in, because did she say something about the bat?
Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not recorded. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment, but it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Is the bat a prosecution theory?
She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine, and I know what happens when he gets it, and everything that follows from that.
Yeah,
those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, etc., as you've proffered.
That she drank.
That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction 3.6F identifies it being an objective standard, and the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the
No judge.
second DCA in
He
2023
knows his
stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land.
Let's
It is what
go.
the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
And we cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Jeez Louise. This judge is really good because, you know, most judges we've seen in other cases we've watched, you guys, the judges don't have this case law at their fingertips like he does. He knows his stuff. A lot of judges are like, give me the case law. Give me the case that you're referring to. Let's look it up. And they have to go back. But he knows his stuff. So, but I think he probably knows it pretty well because he's had these motions in front of him for years. So he probably knows this case law like the back of his hand at this point.
Jury entering.
And they've been trying play these games. I mean, obviously all the way to the very, very end, they're going to keep playing these games. Here we go. She's excited, y'all. She's super excited. I bet she wishes she had a mirror so she could look at herself.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury. All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated.
I wonder if she'll give him a little wave.
Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Raise your right hand, please sworn. Please do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. Y'all all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that
I
time
know,
on?
Kirsten.
Yes,
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
yes.
And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
Right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes,
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
So you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah.
Um,
You remember the date?
it happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be, I would.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay. After you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right. And y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet George Torres?
Yes.
All right. Could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right. Now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian?
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it, just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes,
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
for the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis, where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic. Make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple.
Okay.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes,
Is that fair?
yes,
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes, this was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Yes,
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
he had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
Okay, I heard a weird screaming sound outside. I don't know what it is, but I'm not going to help because I don't want to be put in jail. It's probably a rooster. I don't know what it is. We don't live out in the country like you do, Gwen, but this used to be
Objection's overruled for now.
country.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes,
Do you remember getting up?
yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning, what y'all did that morning, what you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes,
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes,
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
yes,
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes,
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
yes,
So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in the court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes,
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes,
I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish. And how did you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Or did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Teff is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the
I
day
know, poor
together?
babies.
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes, I believe it was after it was right before, I believe, that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His two daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
What?
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe if he did, it was just for a moment.
All right. Now whose phone were y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone.
Yes.
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
Yes.
Videotapes?
Yes.
Text messages?
Yes.
Phone call?
Yes. He and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm going to list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes,
They live here as well?
yes,
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
yes,
So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be, get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing? And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
right,
And you saw the Publix video of that.
yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him.
Yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished or was?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dog?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we gonna do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you.
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could, to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height. And
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had gotten in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it, but you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
yes.
Did you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Well, the suitcase had, for me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over. So the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around that it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the I guess the gist in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have,
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember videotape?
I do not.
So from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
Okay, so she said that Jorge got up to get ready for work, right? I'm pretty sure she said he had a job, but she's been saying all this time he didn't have a job, or what? I don't know. I'm confused. But he was already drinking that morning. What was he drinking if they weren't drinking that half bottle of wine that was already in the fridge? So that means they drank 2.5 bottles of Juggo wines. Okay. And then they cleaned the house spick and span clean, which, by the way, in that video, whatever the heck is on their carpet, I guess it's from all their fancy schmancy artwork they're doing. Their carpet is disgusting. And I guess she was forced to drink this bottle of wine that he bought the last time. And then she is such a great teacher and such a great crafts person that she has to keep Jorge busy and keep him entertained 24/7, like one of those bouncy toy things, like a baby. What do you call those that we used to put above a baby's bed? Come on, ladies. We have children. What are those called? Mobiles. The mobiles. We call them mobiles. To keep the kid busy, or a dang Kong toy for a dog. I mean, what is she training a dog or something? She's terrible. This is terrible. She acts like he is just like some sort of project. Excuse me. I mean, that is just awful the way she's talking. Like she's just having to keep him so
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
occupied.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Yeah, I understand that, but would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay. Go ahead, tell the jury.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase
Yes.
and shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split-second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it. Yes,
you grabbed it with both hands here,
yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
Cat's out of the bag, Brandy. This is a horrible, horrible
You
defense.
made those injuries.
I did.
We've seen the photographs.
Where is this
We
going?
see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
Yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes, finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
So you
Went back to
intentionally.
the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, "Sarah."
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line.
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
But you shoved it back in there with
After
the
you had
baseball
hit him with
bat.
the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Leading.
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband, Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
This is a completely different story.
Ms. Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard was he's
going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
But they were having such a great day. Absolutely hadn't been fighting in weeks. He was going to his classes,
Yes.
learning so much. They were having news whatsoever. I mean, this is a complete turnaround. Complete different story. So she's admitting to using the baseball bat. This is bananas. And Jorge was in his, like, what was he, 40, 42? She said he had a daughter in his 30s. That's insane. She's like, man, I can't get my story straight. I don't know what. Because he didn't say any of that stuff to her. I mean, he may have said that when she zipped him up in the suitcase. He may have been like, you better unzip this dang suitcase. Blah, 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 blah.
All right, members
blah.
of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in
my
time
God.
outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as to the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to her story, but I think that she's obviously embellished. And now she's trying to separate herself from the situation. But this is a complete different story.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing. It's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act, and therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that George Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes, we got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime, now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point, before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have
what?
created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions.
That's not even remotely the same situation.
Another example, you're in a
That's
bar
not
with
even
your buddies,
remotely
and
the
you've had
same
something to
situation.
drink, and another group has had something to drink, and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him, you lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack.
98 pounds, she said.
That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside.
I'd be threatening your butt too if you zip me up in a dang suitcase.
Thank you. Court's going to review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
I would be cussing you out too if you zip me up in a suitcase. I'd be like, when I get out of here, I'm gonna freaking kill you. And that is, I mean, the officer thing, that is not the same scenario. I mean, I used to weigh 98 pounds. I know why you weigh 98 pounds. You're either deathly ill or you're not ill. So there are reasons to weigh 98 pounds. Look, Brandy, I didn't say that, okay? I just said you're either ill or you're not, okay? There are other reasons to weigh 98 pounds, all right? Clearly my butt doesn't weigh 98 pounds anymore, okay? Hey, that stuff was good back in the day, all right? I wouldn't touch the stuff now. I never did that. I don't know what that is. I never did that. Look, everybody has past, okay? We all got skeletons in the closet, all right? I said we've all made bad choices in our life, okay? That's why we can all attest and all understand what each and every one of these people's going through. Because we've all been there, done that. We just didn't all get caught and be stupid like these people on stand. Yeah, now they have crazy stuff like pink cocaine. Can I say that on YouTube? I don't know. Probably get struck for that too. I don't know. Yeah, now it's called Molly. Back in the day, they had fun names like Superman, Flintstones, Batman, you know, fun stuff. I wouldn't touch anything now. I say that now, like back then, like it was like so much better, so much more pure, like so much better for you. It was healthier, gluten-free, vegan. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, man. It was X back in the day. That was great. Yes, man. They had always put the symbols on them, you know? They were great. You always knew how good they were depending on which one you got, you know? Like if you got the Batman, you got the Batmans. No, I don't have the Batmans. I got Supermans. Oh man, you got Supermans? I mean, right? Like, duh. Right? They could do some cool stuff. Yeah, they could do some cool stuff. Now I don't know what the heck they're doing. Now if you take a Tylenol, you might die. I don't know. It's a risk. And now everything's on social media. See, back in the day, we didn't have that. We didn't have like pictures to haunt us later. Oh no, I can't do that. Mm-mm. Nope, those are no good for me. That and the green stuff. I can't do the green stuff either because that just makes me. I'm one of those paranoid people, and it makes me crazy stupid. I like the gummies all day long, or like cookies or something like that. No, I can't even. It's just not. No, that's not for me. That's not. I can't do the green stuff. They left you alone? Oh my gosh. That is terrible. I'm telling you, man, that's some crazy stuff. I never like had all that kind of shenanigans. That stuff just made my back hurt. I felt like my back was breaking. And all I would do, I ruined everyone's time. I know that because all I would do is complain about my back like the entire time. My back, my back, my back. And everyone would just be like, if you don't shut up. I'm not a fun person. So doing dumb stuff is not my jam. Way too paranoid. I was a good teenager. I didn't do that stuff. Now, you bring me some Boone's Farm, some Mad Dog 2020 when I was a teenager, Strawberry Hill. Yeah, buddy. I didn't know. Yeah, right. I mean, that's all there is to do in the country is drink. I mean, I guess there was other stuff to do, but I didn't know about that other stuff. We just got that Thunderbird. Oh my gosh. You know when you go in the gas station and you get on that bottom row? That's where it's at right there, the bottom row. Strawberry Hill, Thunderbird, and MD 2020. You know how you could get like the old man standing outside the gas station and be like, yo, old man, hey, can you go in there and grab us a bottle of the and we'll get you one too, like a BOGO. You go get us a bottle of T-Bird, we'll get you a bottle of T-Bird. If we was really broke, you couldn't get the good stuff if you was really broke. It'd be the MD 2020. Sometimes you just had to get the 2 for wine coolers. Yeah, see us. Oh man, cow tipping. Oh my gosh. Yep. See, you just gotta. I always hung out with older people too. Like all my friends were older. College. My mama, she used to let me go to my friend was in college, and you know, Thursday nights the party night on college campus. So I'd always like she'd let me go spend the night with my friend on college campus on Thursday night as long as I went to school the next day. She was like, as long as you get to school, that's fine. You can go hang out with Ashley. You can go spend the night. And I'll be like, okay, that's awesome. Thank you. And boy, I'd be so hung over because I would go to cigarette parties and party all night long. And I'd roll into homeroom on Friday mornings smelling like I came out of a dang liquor store. Yep. I mean, yeah, growing up in a small town, yeah, you can go anywhere and get alcohol, do whatever, yeah. Yep. I'm pretty sure my mama knew, but she acted like she didn't know any better, but I'm pretty sure she knew. Like every Thursday night, go party, 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 party. And the cigarette house was where it was at. By the time I went to school, though, that's not where it was at. That wasn't the fraternity anymore. Yes. Oh my gosh. Remember when you could fix your grade? Gosh, those were the days when you could fix your grade, when you could fake letters to your teachers. So many cool things we used to be able to do. Yep. Yeah, of course. That's why like my son, he acts like, you know, I don't like I've just never done anything in my life. Of course, I've never told him anything. He'll ask and I'm like, that is not a topic that's not an appropriate conversation. So he's just like, what? He tells me everything though, but I tell him nothing. I mean, I was a perfect person. When he was, I can't remember how old he was, but my friend and I were driving down the road. We were on the interstate one day talking, and he was in the back seat, and he asked me, like out of nowhere, I can't remember how old he was, but he asked me about, you know, he said the word though, but he asked me, he's like, I guess some kid in school said something about like pleasuring yourself, and I almost drove off the road, and my friend started saying, well, Seth, that is something that you do when you're grown up. And I said, that is not appropriate. And she's like, you can't lie to him. And I'm like, not appropriate. We will not be having that conversation right now. And she's like, well, you have to talk to him about these things. And I'm like, I will discuss that. You will not. So, yeah. He asks me all the time, like stuff about, Mom, did you ever do this? Mom, did you ever do that? I'm like, I just think it's and I always change the subject to something else. I'm like Kamala Harris. You see, Seth, I grew up a middle class kid. I immediately changed the subject. I'm like a politician with that kid. Yeah, he is, but no. Nope. That's what I have a therapist for. Tell my therapist if I want to tell her. Look, I just say I've made poor choices, okay? We've all made bad decisions in our lives. No one's an angel. I mean, some people's choices are worse than others, like Sarah Boone zipped her boyfriend up in a suitcase and left him there. That was a very, very, very bad choice. And we're back.
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, case number 2020 CF 2603. Appearances for the state.
Chief Judge Shore on behalf of the state. William Chase, the state.
Defense.
James Owens from the state.
Oh, no.
Coming back on Sarah.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. The court has had the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. The court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary predicates are established for those items. Any questions or clarifications with regard to the court's order state? Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits involving the blow-up photographs and these other photographs, because I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling. So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all
Following
of them
case
one
law,
at a time in
Brandy.
front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant. So
I've taken that.
we need to, I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now.
Yes.
So that's not up, down, in and out with the jury.
So,
all right, go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well, I had the clerk go ahead and mark everything. Some of it is a composite. Is this it?
That's right.
This first is identification, defense identification K. It's 4 pictures involving injuries to the leg.
That's okay. Remember, the prosecution gets the final word,
assuming a predicate for fair and accurate conviction.
and they'll be able to bring their case back out where they're going to be able to play that
Okay.
crappy interrogation where she said they were getting along perfectly fine.
Identification. Defense
And she kept
identification.
saying that over and over and over again.
L, 2 photographs of a burn to her leg.
So it's her
So that's
word
double correct.
against her word.
Yes.
Again, assuming proper testimony, that the proceeding was responsible for that.
While you guys are waiting and they're discussing this evidence, if you're watching, hit that like and subscribe button.
Okay.
Defense Exhibit M.
Show some love. That would be awesome.
Photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch.
If you're not in the chat, join the chat.
The next photograph is a picture of one of the dogs on one of the outdoor couches. Judge's relevance is that he would threaten the dogs with harm if she didn't comply with his directives, and he actually harmed the dogs, kicked the dogs as a threat to her. So to get her to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she will testify about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Identification, defense identification number N, or letter N, one photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
Yeah, once you open the door, you kick that sucker down.
Judge, this is where he took a bath. It's 5 photographs where he took a bath to the TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O? This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation's established.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video on
It's on
Sarah's.
State's Exhibit 2, we're not objecting to that.
Okay.
As long as the foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
P, identification, defense identification P is 2 photographs of an incident in which
No objection, as long as foundation is laid, is that correct?
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
these next ones are individual.
What the defense team is doing backflips right now. They're so excited.
Q, for identification, is 1 photograph.
Is that part of the right stuff that we already done?
I was told this was separate from the burn. So that this was, I think, a slap or something. Not the burn.
Okay. No objection, foundation is laid.
With regard to Q, no objection so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R.
No objection, as long as foundation laid.
No objection to R so long as foundation is laid.
S.
Same for S.
Identification.
With regard to S, no objection so long as foundation is laid.
Same for T.
T.
No objection by the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid.
Same for U.
No objection from the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid for U.
Cross won't
Same
be
for
till
V.
tomorrow, Brandy.
W,
Defense is going to drag this out.
X,
Same for Y.
Y.
Blueberry. Frosted blueberry. Those are my favorite.
It's one of the other, oh, go ahead and say what it
A,
is.
identification for A.
Were these the ones that we addressed pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem with that being demonstrative aid.
In terms of introducing this as an exhibit into evidence.
Duplicative, repetitive.
Is it contained in K through Y?
Yes.
then is that accurate?
I can deal with brown
So,
sugar, not s'mores. I don't like s'mores.
I know the clerk probably doesn't want the blow up, but
Brown sugar.
If it's
it's going to be easier to handle.
Never watch Archer.
Handle the 8.5 by 11.
If it's, allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative. What's already in evidence is X, defense pre-marked X.
And then identification C.
Same thing, it's one of the photographs.
That was either, it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase.
I don't.
Okay. For the same
I don't
reasons,
like a lot of stuff.
you can
I'm
utilize it for
here.
demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as
Brown
the
sugar.
exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
So, like D, identification.
Same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
Okay, then same ruling. It is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E.
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
Yes.
Then for the same reasons, it's duplicative. You
All
can
right,
utilize
see,
it
we
for
all
demonstrative
agree on
purposes
something.
only.
Finally,
F for identification.
China hasn't
It's
chimed
included in
in.
your submittals?
Yes.
All right, same ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G.
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
Yes.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
Identification I.
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
No, sir.
All right, same ruling. Court finds it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
Hang on, is that the house?
It's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. Is it the defendant on the porch with the two dogs?
Yes.
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
B. Same.
It was as defense M. Relevancy objection is overruled, but I'm not going to allow the enlargement as it's duplicative, as the native photo is in evidence. But you can use it for demonstrative
Yeah, I
purposes.
probably want to use these in closing and just use this, use that for the.
However you see fit, sir.
Okay, this is not working today?
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today has utilized it. But that's not connected to the overhead. That's separate and apart from the overhead.
Okay, oh, okay. Judge, what other evidence do we have? Body cams? Excuse me? Nothing else? Nothing else through Sarah. There may be some body cam footage to refresh memories. We've got two deputies out there.
Okay. Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
Awesome.
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right. Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir? Sure.
I swear, y'all, if we hadn't been waiting so long for this dang thing. We would still be sitting here waiting on the edge of our seats for this. Right, Melty Man hasn't told us what got him into the true crime channel biz.
Okay. If we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel. Go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
I'm surprised she didn't have everybody put their names on their cups, you know, like they do in preschool. I know it's crazy, Kirsten. He just changed. He changed his mind on what was allowed. So now this is allowed. But I think it's okay. It's okay.
Jury entering.
I know. Keep his family
State
in
you
your
recognize our
prayers.
jury.
Yes,
He's
sir.
driving
Defense, you
up
recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
old
All can be
stuff.
seated. Members of the jury, again, if you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Boone, so I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay.
Well, he's got
Do
to
you
follow
remember waking
law.
up the next morning?
Yes,
Did you sleep in?
not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No,
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No,
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No,
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believe that he had left. And
Did you check to see if where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all
to
only
look for
have
jobs.
the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Well,
Where
glad
else
it
did you
popped
look
up.
for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase
Let me
and
stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase or coming out of the bathroom?
know where our bathroom is. I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
I guess it was, I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
I see 98 pounds every day with an additional
I immediately unzipped the
other pounds.
suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out and I stretched him out flat. And then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything. And was just screaming his name over and over and over again. And come on, George, come on, George. And I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling. And
What color was it?
what color? He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm
Yeah.
doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes,
Did he walk in?
yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close? George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a life, a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then
Approach.
For seriously, like, it would affect her ability to help him. First of all, two alcoholics. It literally is, Kirsten. I mean, she makes herself out to be like, she's like, I'm a perfect alcoholic. Like, I am the best alcoholic there is, and I was trying to help him be a better alcoholic too. Like, what about anything coming out of her mouth makes any sense? I just don't understand how she thinks anything makes any sense. It debilitated her ability to help him. Like, everything she says is all about how she's trying to make him be a better person, help him do things better, distract him. Like, this is how I deal with the old people at work. Like, whenever they are, because some of them are, even though it's independent living, like I've said, there's some that have dementia, and I have to reroute them into something else so they won't go wandering off, even though it's not my job to, keep them on the premises. I can't tell them they can't leave. But I know there's a couple of them that if they do leave and they get lost out in the abyss of the nighttime air, it'll be a bad thing. So I have to, like, reroute their brain and be like, don't you need to go get something out of your apartment? That's what she's saying. She's basically saying, like, I have to, like, redirect him to be a good boy. right? I mean, this is nuts. I know, it's so terrible. This is what happens in a lot of cases we watch, though, you guys. You see this all the time. Look what at the Gregor trial, Kirsten, they painted Corey's mom out to be like a drug addict, and she, you know, she wasn't. She was not a bad mom. That child had no issues until he got around his father. So, right, yeah, she had to drink, you know, yeah. To keep him, yeah, of course they could. If she hadn't helped drink that 2.5 bottles jugs of wine, then he would have.
Objections overruled for now.
Exactly.
You're already together 3.5 years.
Yes,
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
I know they were two bodies with one soul. What the heck?
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Those 2 pictures of your body,
Yes,
did they show injuries to your body?
yes,
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
yes,
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
on this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't, it was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't,
but you're sure that that's you?
yes.
Is that the injuries that he, what's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his,
Objection. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer the question. Do you know what happened to, did George cause these injuries?
yes,
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know how to do this.
Mr. Owens, may I give Mr. Tack just a number, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Oh, can you push this button? Thanks.
And I need to ask permission to publish.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
Yeah, well, we all do things that
Looks like there's,
we all
there's
make
a
poor
wheel on
choices.
the top where you can use to.
Judge, I'd like to approach and smack the ever living snot out of. I'm sorry. I'd like to approach.
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes,
Are those injuries to your arm?
yes,
Were they caused by George Torres?
yes,
And during the same incident, is this you?
yes,
Is that an injury or bruise to your rib cage area
yes,
and your arm?
yes.
I'll show you identification defense identification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Yes,
Is that your thigh?
yes,
Okay. Do you remember this incident?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
Objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as defense 3. You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so
Not me.
he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse? That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder. And he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Woo! Not the nail.
Okay. What was it pre-marked as, counselor?
Just like S, but not important.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boone, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you're referring to? Is that the nail, or is it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
Now I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification and evidence.
No objection.
These
Mr.
stories
Marcus
can be so
L.
much
will be
shorter.
receiving minutes without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes.
Okay.
It's extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh
Oh my God, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you the positive exhibit.
Cool story, man.
Okay, 4 photographs. Did you look at those all 4 before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was
I
drinking.
agree, China.
He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and put the I got the dogs out, and
Well, because it's up to the
I
jury to
presented him
decide
with the steak
what they
dinner
accept is true and what is false.
sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie, and he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something.
Kirsten.
Who
did it better?
That he would probably get arrested or something
Amber
bad
or
would happen
Sarah?
to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror, and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
How did you get to the hospital?
originally, he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
emergency room?
Yes,
All right, and did you get treated there?
yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph.
Where's the hospital report?
I'll show you this. All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officers?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit.
Okay. What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6. You may publish, sir.
Thank you.
Was she smiling?
You at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this a stab wound to your leg?
Yes. My foot.
Is this a close-up of a stab wound?
Yes.
Well, she ain't shaved her leg.
Did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
So can you step down and show me?
Mr. J? You may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how best to do this, Judge, because we've got this ball. Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an admission. All right, I'm showing you identification. T? You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you've got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But
he-
y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
Sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification to you now.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission, Bob.
You may, sir.
That is a really long eyebrow.
Injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip,
Yes.
as you described.
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You for identification.
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic, looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
A stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
This is, would ask that this be identification you be admitted today. Okay.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
I mean, there's no doubt they had a volatile relationship.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go through the judge. Showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that just like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Security, I guess. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Bart, I'm showing you identification W. What's identification? You recognize that photograph? What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes,
Do you remember this event?
multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, I would be drinking.
Identification W and evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10.
Back in the day, we called those Indian burns. We can't call it that now.
You may, sir.
All right, it doesn't look like a wound or anything. Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
That's not an Indian burn.
You said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
The slap on the leg looked more like an Indian burn than that.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another, I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so
But he was just drunk all the time, y'all.
you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
No, China, she didn't drink that much.
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Wow.
They were from George taking them, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge in.
Because he was
Wedge the dresser in the
itty
nightstand.
bitty man.
And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me, and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it an-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in evidence.
It was pre-marked as X, will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
What I'm showing you this exhibit. That's you? Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the,
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
yes,
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial?
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene? Was it the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But is it this room right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out?
February 24th, I believe.
February 24th? I'd like to introduce identification on the evidence.
Yeah, she's definitely
was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13.
Proving that she had some, it definitely proves motive for sure.
Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy of the copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
When you poked him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
Oh my word.
I'm showing you defense identification in. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, well, let's in now.
Yes.
And for those fair and accurate depictions,
Yes.
as a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen. And I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
was he jealous of Brian?
No.
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all. I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
All the time.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat, that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat, and then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television, and then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be again unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Okay. Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite with 5 photos, that's not having a single photo.
We're moving an O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from the video. This was George that particular day holding the bat.
Yes, telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
In the process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping.
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
No smoking in the house. Look at that. Big old ashtray on the table full of cigarette butts.
I'm showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
It's my living room in the stairwell.
Or were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
No. It's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 15.
Yeah, don't mess with my TV, man.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And then most likely in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs.
Yeah, it's gross.
Doggy.
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would, at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently,
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs.
supposedly,
Did that occur?
absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those 2 and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't on here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
And I can't deny it.
Two dogs, there's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny. She's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show them.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
All right, you're gonna have to tell me.
I know it's super gross, and I'll smoke shame.
One of the worst threats
Disgusting.
was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why would he threaten to harm the dog?
Anything that to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control.
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Dude, that's a deal breaker.
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just.
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence
Hey, I'm
without
just
objection
saying,
as
you
defense
touch
16.
my dog. The suitcase may not be where you end up. Just saying. Look at her smirking. She's smirking.
Describe this for the jury.
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for.
Oh, her
the house,
patio's
a little bit
cute.
extra space.
The inside of her house is
Penny
disgusting.
is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
Or this is the alcohol you are consuming?
Yes.
She says they smoked outside, but I saw that ashtray full of cigarette butts in the house.
Which one?
That's
This
disgusting.
is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
Oh, your baby.
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Dude, I'd be bawling like a baby if I was talking about my dogs.
Yes.
And I would be like, let me tell you, if I was talking about for my ex, for instance, even to this day, my child is 24. If I was talking about his sperm donor, like, mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. No, I would not be this calm on the stand, and I would not be nice and mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Just thinking of the things that no, 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 no. So no. But I don't doubt that they had a very volatile relationship. I don't doubt that Jorge was clearly an alcoholic and could be very violent. I don't doubt that at all. But she is definitely downplaying her role. But I don't doubt that he was obviously abusive. I can't say. I'm not a good judge of character for this one because I have been.
All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening.
Woo!
I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them.
You are?
Yeah,
Okay.
you just
All
may
right.
as well ask
Excellent. Very
every
good.
day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I think one of the jurors raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we gonna get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. I'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Jury exiting.
Yeah, I would say like if I would not be a good person to ask about like if something happened to I can't even talk about him. My son has a relationship with him now, and he talks about him. I can't even talk about that man. I don't even want to be in the same airspace as him. So I don't know.
Ms. Boone needs to use the facilities. We might as well take advantage of that at this time. All right, court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
I think it's sad. Brandy and I were watching a case in San Antonio where the guy actually got off, though. They treated that little boy differently than the other kids. And he looked like a little Ethiopian child, back when they did those commercials, it was like 4 cents a day or whatever. He clearly was starved because he had the big belly. And, it just, yeah. Was his name? Yeah. Was it Benjamin, Brandy? Yes. And that little boy, and what really frustrated me the most about that case was that the police were there. And I think they even had like CPS there. Everybody showed up. The EMTs, everybody was there to check on this child. And they all basically cleared him and said he was fine. But he clearly had the the body of a starved child, did he not? I mean, that's what it looked like. I'm no doctor, so, but I mean, he had the protruding belly, the very skinny, emaciated look, where they have the pregnant belly looking that you see on the TV of those kids that are all starving to death. Yeah, I don't know, but the girlfriend, was it the girlfriend? She got 25 years, I think, and the dad got off. Yeah, the black eyes, they said that he did it to himself, and they did show the video of him in the back seat where he was like poking himself in the eye. Yeah, the stepmom. Yeah. So I just couldn't get over but their strategy worked. He had 2 female attorneys, defense lawyers, and they did do a good job. I will say they did their job. Yeah. But you could see, it's so wild. The videos, they did show all those videos. The prosecution was young. I feel like they were not experienced enough to handle this kind of case. And I mean, nowadays, a lot of parents have cameras in their house, in their kids' rooms. People put locks on their cabinets for safety reasons for their kids, their refrigerators. I mean, it's not uncommon. So you can't say that people are doing it to keep their kid from having food. People do it because kids could injure themselves. They could open the refrigerator and pull out a jar of something. It could fall and hit their head. So, I mean, saying that you're trying to keep your kid from getting access to food is not necessarily true. So, I don't know. I think the prosecution just didn't have a very good experienced team. Bless their hearts. And he had some dang good attorneys. I'm not saying they were they did their job. Let's say that. And Sarah Boone has zero remorse. I mean, you know what I don't know what the prosecution's going to do when they question her, you guys, but I mean, if I were a battered woman and I were abused and I literally, like, the only thing I'm seeing wrong with this is that she didn't go into this as I was abused. This was it. This is my final straw. And he was gonna hurt me, blah, blah, blah. She went into this was an accident. I don't know what happened. But now she's getting on the stand talking about him like he's the worst person that ever lived. So, you know, yes, Prader Willie syndrome. Yes. And that's true that, and that little boy did eat a lot though. There was a lot of video of him just like shoving food in his mouth and drinking lots and lots of water and Gatorade. And it was almost like he could just not get full enough. So I don't know. But he was severely underweight. But they never said anything like that he was ever diagnosed with anything like that either. So, but that syndrome also, they'll put anything in their mouth. Was that with children or dogs? There's another thing that dogs have, that dogs will eat anything. They end up having to have lots of surgeries. So I don't know. I just feel like Sarah Boone, there's definitely toxicity. There was definitely abuse. It's not that I don't believe her. I think she's embellished on some of the stories. But I think He was a small little boy. He didn't weigh. He wasn't on the growth chart like a child should be for his age. But at the same time, he went to the doctor like normal. They never said that he wasn't doing well. They never said anything was off about him, which is kind of strange. So yeah, she's definitely exaggerated, but I do think that they did have a very volatile relationship, and I think that I don't know. I don't think that I think she has no remorse. I think that she is not lying when she says that obviously she did have love for Jorge. It's a sick, twisted kind of love, but I don't I use that word loosely too. I'm not going to say it's love, but it is definitely a sick, twisted feeling. And it's definitely one where you think you can't that you don't know anything else. She's got some issues for sure. But I would say being in an abusive relationship, I wouldn't lose any sleep. That's why I know Amber Heard is a liar, because she's not an actual abuse survivor, based on the way she tells her stories. And I know, yeah, China, like if it were my, like my son is always like, you should, this is what bothers me about my son. Cause he's always like, you should get over it at this point. It's been years. No, honey, that's not going to happen. I'm never going to get over it. I'm not going to, I don't care how many years go by. The man tried to kill me while I was pregnant. So no, that's never going to happen. And he could fall over and catch fire and I will walk right by him. So sorry, YouTube and everyone listening, but yeah, no, that's won't lose a wink of sleep. Not a wink. So I'm not the best person to ask. This is why I won't ever make it on a jury, because they'll be like, have you ever been? Yes. Would you be impartial? No. How would you feel if you had an abusive person be locked in a suit? Well, guess they gone now. No. Yeah, so I was team Johnny Depp though, because I knew, and I'm team sorry for your luck with that stupid chick that accused Trump, but she's not a survivor either. I don't believe her. Oh, I just lost 2 viewers. Sorry. I mean, I feel it's not a good way to go, that's for sure. I mean, I had to go to the hospital. I remember having to go to the hospital. And I remember the doctor like coming to me because, under hospital lights, you can see a lot. You can see like old bruising. You can see bruising that's healing. You can see new bruising. You can see everything under hospital lights. And I remember the ER doctor being like, honey, you need to But you know, when you're in that situation, you don't, like, everybody says the same thing. I see it in the chat all the time. I see it on all kinds of other chats. Like, why didn't she just leave? Why don't they just leave? Why don't they get out? When you're in that situation, it's not that easy. Everybody thinks it's that easy. And especially men. Men are the first ones to be like, why don't you just leave? You know, if you don't have a support system and don't know what to do or have nowhere to go, it's not that easy. So at least you don't think it is. In your mind, you don't think it is. So I do feel badly for Jorge because that is a terrible way to go. But I think that this is going to go either way. I don't know. This is a toss-up. But she does show zero remorse. She is not sad at all. I mean, she didn't even show any sadness, like when she comes downstairs and she finds him in there. She's not even like, oh my gosh. Like, she's not even like showing how she's freaking out or anything. She's not even crying about her dogs. Like, I would be a nutcase about my dogs. I would be more of a nutcase about my dogs probably than I would be about having found him. Just talking about him saying, I hope you find your dog out there, and that oh my gosh, I would lose my mind. I would not be able to stand that. Yeah, I need to check on the Daniel Penny. I wonder if they're having any luck getting a jury. Say what now? Why? Oh, it's 7:37. But why? Why? I mean, I don't know if they'll sympathize with her or not, to be honest. I mean, it sounds like there's a few women on that jury, so. But there's a lot of women in here, and we're not, all too. It's not like we're sitting here going, oh yeah, she's amazing. Or that we believe everything that she's saying, because I don't think we do. I mean, I think we believe that there's definitely a crazy relationship, but not. She's embellished a little bit, or she's actually taken herself out of the situation other than just being a victim.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Nick Ketchum on behalf of the state.
William James for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the state. County Henderson, Sarah.
All right. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
This judge is trying to get this trial over with.
You said about 20.
All right, we're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes?
All right, let's do it.
Oh, Judge.
Hold on.
Oh, she's up there. I'm sorry.
I mean, the most damning pictures, honestly, was him busting the TV. Like seeing him in action, that was pretty damning. Because up until then, I couldn't imagine his tiny little self doing all of that, because he's such a little person. But I mean, size doesn't matter.
Jury entering.
Dang. I'll be right back. I should have taken a break while they were taking a break.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait. Can the parties approach for a moment? All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear? And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up. Identification D. TV. Identification E. Is that your arm?
Yes.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound?
I thought he was going to use these in closing arguments.
Identification G, is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
Identification H, this is the eye. Identification I. See your face shot,
Yes.
with the lid, the eyebrow. Identification B, and this is the back patio of the dog.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce a little bit. It's been. Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background. So he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that lived next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Copsel. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police.
Yes.
And other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes.
And that was the incident in which Georgia kicked you in the eye,
Stomped me, yes.
stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
You recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes.
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute video, the suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call about job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
Why did you stay with him? You got to tell the jury.
As anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light so they can be better people for themselves, and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong, and love is very deep, and love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you Not want to be alone?
Beginning through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected, and he's very nice, and as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So yes.
During that period of time, when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement. But first, I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day, from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? As it relates to Detective Copsell.
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Loman to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows. And I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply kept getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes. You may proceed.
Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened. And I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate him?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, I can never relax.
When he's drinking?
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that heightens, does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
But especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. It wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Miss Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die, and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
George knows somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Roach. You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing. Maybe it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree? And when you say half, are we talking about to the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
It's right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to Publix at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't tell exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the 2 of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that they
2.
were empty in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Yes.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what he said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened,
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
All right, now, today you testified about the time frame between the two videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right? And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What, 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _ 1062 movie begins being captured. And we have seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image _ 1063.move I was disconnected. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles, and arts and crafts, and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct? And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No,
Then correct me.
there was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
Okay. All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.? No? This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we, I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. You remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And you still, your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office on either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
He's impeaching her.
That's not the truth.
Correct.
What did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did y'all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct?
Yes.
And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember?
I didn't understand.
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
Okay. And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes, plus ours.
Well, when did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points in times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay. On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to.
Okay.
He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Ha!
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Correct.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodford Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home, and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
And
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I know, Gwen.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway label, correct?
The Magnum bottle of wine.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? You described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
I don't remember.
All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct? He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No.
Okay. So you both hide?
No.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was in.
Good point, Melty Man.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or do you guys have less rules?
I understand how the
Okay.
hide and seek
So
works.
explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to
Right.
do that.
Right. But you testified that was before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. And the defendant stand down.
Enter into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
Go down.
Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
Ooh! Get in the suitcase. It's pretty difficult. not a very deep suitcase.
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it down here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold on, hold on. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. If she's going to be manipulating it.
What do you want her to do?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paperclip? And do you remember which one it was in?
This side.
I mean, I want to see her get in there. I don't know about y'all, but he's having a hard time with his suitcase.
Just the paperclip was on when this event occurred.
What?
When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We
Okay.
don't know if that's the proper way that it was attached, but he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
So what you're saying is what exactly? I mean, I just want to see, like, this is hilarious. Mm-mm.
Objections overruled.
All right.
Whatever you feel most comfortable, sir.
Madam Corporal, you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine to take your direction.
From what I remember,
From what I remember,
this is how the suitcase. This is how the suitcase was. This was up here. This was not this hard either. So this was like here.
Okay.
Right here.
is it just me, or
Okay,
would
ma'am.
you not be having a hard time touching the very item that the person you loved passed
It's not
away
over there?
in?
Where do you,
You asked me where I zipped it.
when you say that was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it or?
When you're done zipping
With the
it shut and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Just tell me where it's at.
I mean, it was the corner.
Look at her attorney. He's like, just tell me where and I'll do it.
I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was pretty much, yeah. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat.
Oh my gosh.
Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
That looks like a lot of space between the zippers.
And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there, in that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him. I was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, but may I demonstrate?
No, that's okay. Suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase, the suitcase. But do you remember when he put his hand out? Did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach. All right, come on up, y'all.
So what the prosecution did a good job of is he did not focus on Jorge's abuse at all. He literally just focused on all the lies and inconsistencies in Sarah's story, that she didn't mention any of this in her original statement. So he didn't focus on any of her new developments, any of all this other stuff talking about Jorge. He didn't bring any of that up because that's good. He focused totally on that night, and the fact that she's sitting there saying she can't remember. She doesn't remember the video. She doesn't remember the picture. She doesn't remember all these things, but yet she can remember going upstairs, going to bed, calling her ex-husband, coming downstairs, and seeing Jorge getting into the suitcase, them playing around. She remembers everything, all these little details from the night, but she doesn't remember taking the video or the picture or anything else. Somehow she's managed to erase from her memory the entire suitcase incident, pretty much, where she's involved in it anyway. And somehow it's his fault that he's passed away in the suitcase. The defense is horrible. I mean, they're literally trying to say, I'm not saying he probably wasn't a good boyfriend or whatever.
All right, members of the jury, thank you so much. It is 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it. So thank you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the
Let
jury,
you come here.
I'm going to
We all
excuse you for the
20
balance of the evening, and thank you so much.
Well, y'all, that was the big reveal. I'm actually shocked and surprised that the prosecution didn't cross-examine her more. But again, I think that strategy was very good on their part. I think the defense did exactly what we thought they would do, and that was a lot of fluff. And she was not a good witness.
Thank you.
Bye, Brandy.
With regard to these medical records, the court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting. And I understand that you may want to be seeking those into evidence maybe tomorrow, and the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
Ooh, boy. Man, this defense, I mean, in their defense, they did come in very, very, very late. So this is a whack job of a defense that they're trying to throw together. And this is what she's giving them, is this. I guess what she wants them to do is use this abusive relationship situation, but
Judge, we've had discussions with Ms. Boone, and she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her, we've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of George Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties. Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right. So, ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today, I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I do.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire
understanding.
for the evening.
Sorry.
That's okay.
My understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
Then, just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up in Baytown.
Let's do worst case scenario.
Okay. She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
Tim, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm going to have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, state?
Not-
Anything else from the defense? All right. The court will be in recess till, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone with scheduling. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then we'll get into everybody else's witnesses stuff. There's about 3 or 4 that I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on. Then we'll go from there.
Okay. All right. Appreciate the lay of the land. All right. We will see you all. That's what.
Oh
one
my
more,
gosh.
Yes, sir.
This flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m. I think the flight, she's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her, maybe in the morning or at lunch, and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
That's an unreasonable demand on time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we can get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening. My understanding that she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight, and that didn't happen. But I don't think I should be forced to accommodate a lunchtime deposition.
Anything further?
I'm just telling you what happens.
Deposition will be at 5:30 tomorrow, or at any other. If we got to have it later, depending on how we go, we'll address it at that time. All right. Thank you both very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess.
Y'all. Okay, what a day. So that was fun. Sarah Boone did a lot of hole digging, but I will say, like I've been saying, there's a lot to her story, a lot to her relationship, a lot of bad stuff that went between her and Jorge, but not to justify anything that happened to Jorge in the suitcase. So we will see what the jury says. So we got the rest of the week, y'all. We'll see you tomorrow in the morning, 8 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern, and whatever crazy wacky time Melty Man is on. See y'all in the morning. Don't forget to like, subscribe, become a member, all the fun stuff.